Yeah. Yes, great. Got your vision. I'm sorry. Yours. 977. For you or for me? For him to read, you know. Oh, we can, you know, just picking out things. Oh, was that from the first? It's just the pink. Okay. You know, sometimes we can talk to the judge about or whatever. Yeah.
You can ask them.
Oh, we'll have him read this. I know, but. We send back to the office, so there's. I mean, okay, I created to even having. So sorry. I had something I wanted to bring to this part. I think I printed it, I just wanted to get it, but just in case. So, just print this for me, please. All right. Thank you. What am I doing? Oh, thank you. Never else conversation.
You turned it on.
Oh,
Turned it off. Yes. No, what are you doing?
You started after that call change. Okay.
Wow. The first, this is ridiculous. You need to That's you.
Someone can go, but whoever's going back needs to be able to, you gotta figure out how it works, but we're not gonna not start once our jurors get here, okay? So just be thoughtful about who's talking with Mr. Imam, if that was clear.
I'm going back to first.
Thanks for helping out. What'd we get to pull you away from? Oh, all right. Is Judge Edwards all moved in now? My new neighbor.
Your Honor, once the juror comes, I'll just come back out.
Great, as long as you know that we're not gonna wait on that. You're welcome to be back there till the juror gets here. We're here. Excellent. Okay. If you would get Ms. Ocam, please.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's going well. All right, Ms. Ockham, anything before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
Okay, is Ms. Feely back there? Okay. That's okay. I just wondered if she was back with Mr. Imam. Ms. Feely, are you ready for the jury? Okay. So that's going to be too loud. And I just don't want there to be an issue flowing from that. So if you just let them know, they either can't talk or they need to talk less loudly. Tell them library voices. All right, let's get started. If it ends up being too loud, we'll just pull people out of there. Maybe Detective Demeester will be real loud and that'll muffle it. Yeah.
All right, observe. Present.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to go. You experienced your first waiting on you guys rather than waiting on us, but hopefully everything is okay. We're going to pick up in a moment with the resumption of Detective Demeester's testimony, but I need to share with you, when I got home last night, dinner was already happening because it was kind of late. We do this thing where I have two boys. And so my wife and the boys and I each say something that happened during the day. My older son is in baseball trad, so we talked about that. And I explained how we worked through what's going to happen on Monday. And my younger son said, wait a minute, you're making the jurors come in on Monday? Isn't that a holiday? I said, you are a bad judge. They are good jurors. I said, well, I don't see it quite that way, but I just want to thank you again for the way you have agreed to work through this, assuming that we're still going on Monday. And my son is a fan of yours and apparently not of mine. That'll change come his birthday. So Detective Demeester, if you come back up to the stand. And you remain under the oath you took yesterday to tell the truth in response to the answers you get. And Ms. Ockham, you are free to pick up. I think you were exploring the interview with Mr. Jeffries, but you can go anywhere you want with it as long as you aren't retilling too much of the ground you tilled yesterday.
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I think at the last time we were talking about, I believe my last question was how many shots did Mr. Jeffries say Was-
I'm sorry.
fired?
Yeah, he said he heard a lot of shots and it sounded like World War II.
Okay. And I also asked you about, you record every person you talk to during the course of this investigation.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 132. If you look at that and tell me if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is a disc that includes all the video and audio files that I collected during the course of this investigation.
So of everybody you talk to, and how do you know that's a CD of all the audio files and video files of everybody you talked to during the course of this investigation?
I put them on this disc, I reviewed them, and I initialed it.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 132.
Okay, Ms. Feely, I don't know all the files on there, but presumably you have a copy of this and any objection to the admission of 132. All right, it's admitted.
And on that audio is of audio, obviously, of you talking to Mr. Jeffries, correct?
That is correct.
And where did you talk to Mr. Jeffries?
At Grady Memorial Hospital.
And you wrote interview with Cedric Jeffries at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, the state for impeachment purposes will play just a portion of the interview. It would be from the, I have the markers.
You've shared with Ms. Feely the segment you're going to play.
Yes, it's just a segment, well, yes.
Wow. You don't trust our sound system?
I don't.
Okay,
This is just backup, just in case, but
it's big backup.
we're gonna try.
2 courtrooms down the hallway, they will hear what Mr. Jeffries said.
Let's try Zoom first, Judge.
Okay. Do we need to take a break or are we, I'm not asking on the technical side, I'm asking on the notifying the defense what you're gonna do side.
No, you aren't.
Okay.
You try?
Let's try the Zoom.
And it's,
And this is of the statement of Cedric Jeffries. For the record, Cedric Jeffries, when Detective Demeester talked to him while he was at Grady Hospital, and this is off States Exhibit 132.
I just wanted to talk to you about what happened out there, okay? I'm gonna need your help, all right? Did you know all the other guys that got shot?
I don't even know who really got shot. If I got shot, I got to help.
I got you. Were you in that little group there that was?
I went in the group. No, I wasn't. I was around by Rock and Roll in that little cutout right there where all the smokers get high.
Okay,
Cause I get high.
sure.
all right there. Now, I heard a lot of arguing.
Okay.
And I went around the corner being nosy to the motherfucker, man. I shouldn't even went around there.
Yeah.
Gunfire rang out.
Yeah.
I tried to run.
Yeah.
I got hit in my pinky.
Okay. Gotcha.
So what the guys are they
That's fine. Take
They
it.
put this put in there.
And that is you? That's whose voice is that?
Oh, that was my voice asking
And,
questions.
and who's the other voice talking?
I believe it was either a doctor or nurse.
No, not the doctor.
Oh, I'm
before
sorry.
we stop to the doctor, the other voice.
Yeah, that was Cedric Jeffries.
Okay.
Yeah, Cedric Jeffries.
Did you collect any other information from Mr. Jeffries?
I'm sorry. Look,
Did you get any other information from Jeffries, like his address, his phone number, any of that information?
if I remember correctly, he was homeless and didn't have like a phone number or anything like that.
Did you give him your information?
I believe I did provide him with my business card. Yes.
Okay. And why did you provide him with your business card?
Just in case if he needed anything or thought of anything after he and I spoke.
After you spoke to Mr. Jeffries, I want to go back just a bit. Yesterday, you were circling for the jurors where the shell casings were, and you were looking off your notes. I want to show you what has been marked State's Exhibit 4B.
Okay.
Do you recognize 4B?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is 4B?
It is the crime scene legend, which identifies what item is identified by each evidence marker. And then we measure that item from 2 fixed points. We usually use a pole or a fire hydrant or a water meter, something that's fixed and usually won't be replaced. We measure that item of evidence from those 2 fixed points if we ever need to recreate the crime scene for whatever reason.
And so that's the legend of State's Exhibit 4.
That is correct.
So the numbers correspond to the numbers here tell you what the numbers are on that sheet.
Yes, the little yellow crime scene marker is correct. Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 4B.
4B is admitted.
So after you speak to Cedric Jeffries, did he provide you any useful information to help you in the investigation of your case?
He mentioned that he heard a voice in the argument that he recognized.
Okay. Whose voice did he recognize?
Said he recognized the voice of Solo.
Did he recognize anybody else that was there?
I don't recall him mentioning anybody else, no.
If I give you the transcript, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would. Bless you.
Did he mention any other names other than Solo of people being there?
He mentioned other people being there, but the only voice that he heard that he recognized was Solo's.
Did you give you any given names of any other person being there apart from Solo?
Not that I recall.
Okay. After you speak to Mr. Jeffries, you said you tried to talk to Mr. Martin, but he was too medicated.
Yeah, he appeared to be sedated, correct.
And what did you do after you left the hospital?
I went back to our office to do paperwork primarily.
Did you have an idea of what had happened at that time on June 3rd when you left the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you have any suspects at the time?
I did not.
Did you know all of the people that were involved in this shooting apart from the people that were shot at that time?
At that time, I only knew of people that were shot, and there were several other people that were allegedly there, but I didn't know who those people were at the time.
So after you do paperwork, the next day, how do you continue in this investigation?
I was after I left from work that day, I was notified the next day that some possible evidence may have been located after we had left the area.
What possible evidence was that?
Firearm.
And where was that firearm located?
So Detective Thorpe, he was notified that an individual had located a firearm in that area and I guess sold it to a business owner in the area, and the business owner had contacted police. So Detective Thorpe went out and took custody of the firearm and then relinquished custody of the firearm to me on, which would have been June 4th, the day after.
After, what type of firearm was that?
It was a Glock 27 40 caliber.
And what did you do with this weapon after you got it?
I visually inspected it and then I submitted it to our crime lab to be analyzed.
So that's the weapon that was gotten from Detective Thorpe on June 4th. Okay.
Detective Thorpe took custody of it the night of June 3rd. I didn't come back to work until the next morning of June 4th.
Morning. Okay. So you get the weapon, you turn it over to the crime lab.
Correct.
After that, what do you do to further your investigation to figure out what's happening?
Canvass the area.
What do you mean by canvassing the area?
Driving around, walking around, see if anybody would come forward. Talking with the officers that work the area, other individuals that are familiar with the area. I'm not very familiar with that area. When I was an officer, I worked primarily in Northwest and Southwest Atlanta, so I was not familiar with the area. Usually if you work a certain area for any given time, you get to know the people that live in the area and frequent the area. So a lot of times when we're conducting our investigations, and if we're not familiar with a certain area, we rely on the officers that work or have worked in that area to help us, facilitate trying to speak with individuals that may have, pertinent information. And a lot of times we also receive tips. Crime Stoppers is obviously the most notable, but also people calling in the office or calling officers or people they know from the area and giving them information. More often than not, they wish to remain anonymous. So at least that more often than not, helps us point us in the right direction. Who do we need to speak with? We're led to believe that this individual may have been there, that individual may have been there. So we try to, track those individuals down and speak with them and see if they're willing to talk with us.
And so did you get tips in this case?
Yes, we did.
And did he give you individuals that you needed to track down and talk to?
Yes.
So on June 4th, which individuals did you need to track down and talk to?
So I tracked down, I don't recall his government name, but he was referred to as Car Wash. I think it was Mr. McElroy, I think was his last name. And he was the individual who sold the weapon to the business owner. And I don't recall his government name either, but they called him True. And he was owned a Caribbean restaurant on Auburn Avenue. But obviously wished to speak with Mr. Car Wash to see where he recovered the firearm and if he knew anything about the shooting.
And what location was the firearm recovered as to where the incident occurred? What was the distance? How close was it?
It was approximately 1 block to the south. I think it's still there. It's a barbecue restaurant called BQE. It's on the corner of Edgewood and Bell Street.
And so where did you go? Did you find Car Wash?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you find him?
One of the officers that was familiar with the area and familiar with Car Wash had located him, and he agreed to come down and speak with me.
And where did you speak with him?
At the Atlanta Police Headquarters.
And what was the extent of your conversation? You're looking at Stacey's with 4B. Can you orient yourself? Do you remember how to work the thing?
Yeah, I have this mute thing.
So you want to stay muted.
Stay muted. Okay.
Yeah, great. Then just tap it anywhere on the screen and you'll get that little circle in the lower left-hand corner. Don't worry about what the map is. Just
I got
tap
you.
this.
Got you.
There you go. Now study the map. Remember, you got Bell Street wrong last time.
So the shooting happened right, all the ballistics evidence was located in this area that I circled in red. And the BQE restaurant is in the bottom right-hand corner down here.
Okay, so that's where he said he found the weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and when you talked to Car Wash, did you believe he was a suspect at the time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, how was this, did you tell him that you had seen him? I'll rephrase that. When you talk to witnesses, as part of your investigation, do you tell them about things that are not there? So for example, do you tell them that there are video cameras showing things if that doesn't exist?
Yeah, sometimes in this particular incident, I knew there was a camera at the time. We just didn't know if it was recording yet. So yeah, sometimes we say, hey, there's cameras in the area, so I'm not going to see you in the area, stuff like that. Yes.
And why do you do that before you actually see whether the cameras work or not work or show what you think they will show or not? Why do you do that?
Investigative tools to try to get them to cooperate in hopes that they tell us the truth. Obviously, if they know there's a camera there and if they were in the area, hopefully they would, be truthful and honest with us, knowing that they could potentially be on surveillance video. Because more often than not in our job, it's very difficult to get people to speak with us, especially being truthful and honest. So we try our best to get them to cooperate and tell us everything that they may know about what we're investigating.
Okay. So then Claire, at the time, you didn't even know if the cameras were working.
Correct.
Okay. But you told him that there's a surveillance camera and he would be on it.
There were surveillance cameras in the area. Correct.
Okay. And after you spoke to him, did you have any sense of any more information about this murder?
No, just where he recovered the firearm, but I don't recall him saying anything else pertinent to this investigation.
Did you know if he told you if he was present when the shooting happened?
I believe he said he was not present when or in the area when it happened.
Okay. So after you talked to Car Wash, did you get any other information that would help you in sort of solving this murder?
Just there were certain people that may have been present when it happened, people that weren't shot that I was not aware of at the time, their information.
Okay, so can you tell me the names of those people?
That there was a female by the nickname of Bibi that was there, and an individual by the name of Kiki were the two main individuals that I was told were in the area when the incident happened.
So you only got Bibi and Kiki, you didn't actually get government names?
Correct, I just had nicknames.
Okay, so you get Bibi and Kiki. What do you do with Bibi and Kiki?
Utilizing not only the officers that work the area, but I think I had Bibi's phone number. I was able to tentatively identify their government names.
Okay, so let's start with Bibi. Who was Bibi?
I'm going to try to pronounce it. Her government name was Yahoo Casa.
And what about Kiki?
Sarafa Yemen.
So you get that information, you get their government name. What do you do with that information?
I try to make contact with them, try to locate them and speak with them.
Did you locate them?
Yes, at some point I did come across Mr. Yemen, and I did make contact with Miss Casa.
So Miss Yemen and Miss Casa, when you talk to them, were their interviews also on State Exhibit 132?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also audio. Was that also audio recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you find them, before we get to you talking to them, what did you do the rest of the day of June 4th, the next day?
I submitted all of the ballistics evidence to our crime lab. We had also received information that another firearm was located in the vicinity of where the shooting occurred.
What firearm was this one?
It was a 357 Magnum revolver,
And where was that located?
just north of where this incident occurred. There's a Georgia Power substation that was above grade or above the roadway. It was about a 20-foot wall, and on the other side of the wall was the Georgia Power substation, and we weren't able to obviously access it. But when the employees arrived to work the next day, they discovered this firearm and they called the police and reported it.
Did you actually go to that scene?
Yes.
So what happens when you get to the scene?
They directed us to where the firearm was. We had our crime scene technician, I believe it was crime scene technician Turner, came out. He photographed and collected the firearm. We got the information from the firearm, see what status it was in. Status, I mean, was it loaded? If it was loaded, how many rounds are in it? Had the rounds been fired? Want to make sure that the firearm is safe so it doesn't accidentally discharge. And then we submit that to the crime lab to be compared to the evidence that we had collected from the crime scene.
So the revolver, did you say it was a revolver?
It was a revolver, yes.
Do you know what type of revolver it was?
It was a 357 Magnum.
Okay. And were there any, as you said, there were bullets, were there any bullets in it?
There were cartridges that had been fired.
Okay. So how many cylinders was this revolver?
It was one cylinder and it had six. You can input six rounds into the cylinder.
When you say cartridge, would another person call it a shell casing? It's, in other words, it's the brass part that is left behind.
Yes.
Not a live cartridge like full bullet.
Correct. Yeah. So
Okay.
I guess the official terminology, cartridge is like the full bullet with the bullet in the shell casing, and then the cartridge casing is, with a semi-automatic, it ejects out. In a revolver, it usually stays in the cylinder, and you have to either manually pull the cylinder out to eject those cartridge casings from the revolver. Yes.
So all those cartridge casings were in the revolver?
There were 6 cartridge casings inside of the revolver, correct.
And you collected that, well, crime scene tech, Turner collected it, gave it to you, and you gave it to crime lab?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to backtrack a little bit to the crime scene the day before. Just a couple of questions. You said all the casings were around. I can't hear you.
35, thank you.
All the casings were around, you said the cars?
Correct.
Okay. And what kind of casings were they, if you remember?
The 40 caliber cartridge casings.
And what do 40 caliber cartridge casings go in? What kind of weapon?
A 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. So have you fired guns in your capacity as an officer and a detective for 21 years?
I have.
Okay. Have you fired a 40?
I have.
Okay. And do you know the mechanics of a 40?
Yes.
Okay. So is a 40 the same as a revolver, meaning that if you fire a 40, do the casings stay in the 40?
Semi-automatic handgun, the casings eject after each, unless there's a malfunction in the firearm, the cartridge casings eject from semi-automatic handguns.
Okay. And when they eject, how far do they travel in? So the casings are ejecting, so they're coming out of the gun?
Yes.
How far do they travel when they come out of the gun?
There's a lot of variables to that. Depends on, I guess, how you're holding the firearm, sideways, forwards. There really is no rhyme or reason as to what direction a cartridge casing may go. It depends on, I guess, how the firearm is positioned when you are discharging it.
And so it depends on the position. Does it travel far then? So if he ejects to the casing, does it go far, or does it sort of stay around where you are when you're shooting?
Usually it stays in relative close proximity to where the individual was shooting from. Yes.
So all of these cases in your profession, as a detective for 21 years and firing a 40, do you expect when you fire a 40 that the sort of casing should be around where the person fired the gun?
Yes. When I'm, firing at our firing range, they're usually all within close proximity of me. Yes.
So we'll go back to before on the 4th. So you collect the revolver, you send that to GBI, right? I'm sorry, to the crime lab.
Yes, to the crime lab, correct.
Then what happens after that day? What else do you do in trying to figure out what happened on June 3rd?
We had also, while we were actually collecting the revolver, we had gotten information that another citizen had located a magazine to a 9mm firearm, just the magazine, not the actual firearm, the thing that goes into the bottom of the firearm that holds the bullets or the cartridges. And that was discovered, and it was a 9mm caliber. And that was discovered approximately 1 block to the east. So underneath the downtown connector at Fort Street and Auburn Avenue.
And you went to that scene as well?
Correct. That was photographed and collected by crime scene tech Turner as well.
And at the time, did you know if any of these weapons and magazines you were collecting had anything to do with the crime?
I did not know.
So you were just doing it as part of your investigation?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said yesterday that there was a white Pontiac that's you had towed from the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And did you figure out the owner of this white Pontiac?
Yes.
Okay. And who was the owner?
It was a female by the name of LaQuisha Gresham.
And did you know who LaQuisha Gresham is in relation to what was going on in in your investigation?
Yes, I discovered that later on. Yes.
Okay. And what did you discover?
That she was the girlfriend of Dexter Beard.
Did you investigate to see if she was, in the course of your investigation, did you find out if she was at all present during this shooting?
To my knowledge, she was not present, no.
So what do you do to this white Pontiac after you got it towed?
I got a search warrant to have it processed, and I believe crime scene tech Turner also processed that vehicle, processing to include taking photographs. There was a suspected blood that we can see inside the vehicle. I believe he swabbed that blood, and there was also a bullet hole, or what we believe to be a bullet hole in the car. And I believe he was able to locate a projectile or a fired bullet from inside that vehicle.
So you work the Pontiac, you have a process, all of that. At that point, did you still have a suspect? So after you processed the car on the floor, had you figured out what exactly had happened in this shooting?
The majority of the information I was receiving was tips or hearsay or people wishing to remain anonymous, but no direct information as to what had occurred yet.
So then what did you do to try and figure out what happened?
Continue to try to speak with individuals like Benny Martin, who I knew were there because they had been shot, and also other individuals that I had been led to believe may have been present when the incident happened. And I went back out to that location on several occasions, trying to speak to people, passing out business cards, canvassing or driving and walking around the area, seeing if anybody would be willing to speak with me about what, if anything, they may know about what happened.
Did anybody speak to you while you were canvassing?
Yes, I believe at some point I encountered Lee Bailey while I was out there, and also Kiki.
Let's start with Lee Bailey. Do you remember the day you had contact with him?
I believe it was on June 6th.
And when you talked to him, did you get any more information about what happened?
I did.
Okay. And what information did you get?
He said that he had seen certain individuals in possession of a certain firearm, and what he heard and witnessed the morning that he got shot.
So let's start with the individuals with the firearms. Who were the individuals you saw with the firearms?
He said it previously to this incident that he had seen Dexter Beard in possession of a silver revolver.
And what about, you said individuals, so there's an X. Was there anybody else you saw with a weapon?
Him, no, I don't recall him mentioning anybody else besides seeing Dexter Beard in possession of a silver revolver previously.
And did he still tell you where he was when the shooting occurred?
He said he was amongst or in close proximity to a group that were gambling.
So he said he was gambling too?
I don't recall if he said he himself was actually gambling or he was just present and amongst the group that was gambling.
Did he know who shot him?
No,
Did he know who shot?
no.
Did he give you any individuals of people that had guns at the scene at the time?
I don't recall him specifically saying that he saw anybody with a gun that morning.
So after you speak to Lee Bailey, you said you also came across Benny Martin, or was that Kiki?
I believe that was Kiki that I encountered.
So did you talk to him at the scene or did you take him back?
I believe I interviewed him at headquarters, if I remember correctly.
And without telling me what he said, did you get any more information from Kiki that helped you in your investigation?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And what did you do after talking to Kiki?
Followed up on the information that he had provided.
Did you talk to certain people?
I did.
Okay. So who did you talk to? Tell me their names, who you talked to.
I spoke with Benny Martin. I spoke with Miss Casa. Spoke with, and I don't remember his government name, but he went by St. Louis. I tried to speak with a lady by the name of Mary. And several individuals in the area, and the several times that I canvassed out there, most of them refused to identify themselves or speak with me.
So let's start with Benny Martin. When exactly, what date did you speak to Benny Martin?
I believe it was on June 7th.
Okay. And did you speak to Benny Martin when you were canvassing at the area, or did you take him back to headquarters?
I took him back to headquarters.
And did you audio record that as well?
I did.
And that's also on State Exhibit 132.
Correct.
And did you ask him questions about the murder?
Yes, I did.
And did he provide you information?
Yes, he did.
And before she starts, did you identify yourself?
Yes,
Okay, did you tell him I'm Detective Scott DeMeester?
I believe I did. Yes.
Okay, and I'm investigating. I'll rephrase that. Did you tell him that you were investigating the murder?
Yes, I believe I did.
And so he was aware, well, you were obviously at APD.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
what's your name?
Why do y'all gotta put my phone on?
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to give it to me if you don't want to. Okay. Well, I'm just because all you can give me is Forest Cove, which is in a large apartment complex.
You
And
know what Four Seasons?
yeah. I know where Forest Cove is, but when you know what the building number is though, to go along with the apartment.
Zip code.
Okay. Mr. Martin, can you tell me what happened today? Because I don't know. Did you know all those guys that got shot?
I'm saying that.
Okay. All right. Well, there was 5 people that were shot. You.
While we're setting up, so the audio we just heard, it was on States 132 as well, but that's when he was at the hospital.
Correct.
And that's when you said there was nothing you could get from him.
Yes, he appeared to be sedated or under some sort of medication.
When you talked to Benny Martin, did you get pertinent information to help you in trying to solve this murder?
That morning at the hospital?
No. When you took him back to, I apologize.
Yeah, when I
Took him
tried-
back to
when I-
APD.
yes, when I tried to re-interview him a few days later, yes.
And the pertinent information you got, did you get more names? What information did he provide?
Yes, he said that he was present and identified the two individuals that were arguing, and who he saw in possession of a firearm and shooting.
Get into an argument. Was it just these two that were arguing, or were there more people that were involved in the argument?
I said them two are.
Okay. And what exactly were they arguing? You said he
They
made.
both drunk, you know.
Okay.
So
Although there was all those like little liquor bottles out there. So is that
Yeah.
what they do? They drink those little liquor bottles?
same game.
Okay. And I heard there's a dude that walks around giving shots. He sells those little liquor bottles, or does he sell like the shots like in a cup type thing? Or?
And the local bottles.
Okay, so these guys are both drinking all those little liquor bottles out there. All right. You said something like he was saying he was accusing him of something. Do you remember exactly what Solo was saying about like cheating or something like that?
Solo was like, you know, this what I overheard, you know, when I was walking past.
Okay.
And Solo was like, how the fuck y'all just gonna, you know, just take my money like that?
Mhm.
So Dick like, ain't nobody taking your motherfucking money.
Mhm.
So I was like, man, I feel like y'all cheating me, you know what I mean? So Dick like, man, fuck that shit. I know I turned my back, you know, because I'm trying to walk from there.
Mhm.
That thing went all like that. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody just started scattering.
Mhm.
So I'm trying to run.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm playing parts of the statement off of State's Exhibit 132 of Benny Martin when Detective Demista was talking to him at APD headquarters.
Not at the hospital, but at headquarters.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Damn sure, man.
How many gunshots do you think you heard? Like, did you hear like a couple?
These goddamn, at the most, 15, 20 shots, man.
Okay. Was there like a break in between the shots? Was it like you hear some and then more?
Yeah, it was like, boom, 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 boom. And then it stopped.
Mhm.
Then it's like, a motherfucker was standing over somebody just shooting.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you heard a couple shots, then you heard more shots. There was like a little bit of a break, then you heard more shots.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I thought the shit was getting closer to me.
Okay. So he shit. Got you. All right. And what makes you think? You know, why you say that he shot first?
I mean, cause when Solo just had got through, you know, telling them about,
Mm-hmm.
you know, y'all
The
motherfuckers
cheating.
yeah,
He said, "Fuck that shit" or whatever,
and
and just started blasting.
I guess he was intoxicated.
Wasn't thinking.
One thing, man, his car was pulled right there,
That white
Yeah,
Pontiac.
white car, yeah. and he leaned out in the fucking window.
Mm-hmm.
That thing I know.
He
That's when all hell broke
blasting.
loose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then he got hit and then started shooting.
I think he shot that boy from close range.
He did?
No.
Oh,
They
he shot him up close range. Gotcha. And then he took off running up back
Yeah.
towards his car.
Yeah, well, he didn't really make it.
Yeah.
His ass was in the middle of the street. I
Yeah.
went to check on both of them
Yeah.
when I got shot. And he was still alive when I went back to him.
Yeah.
You know, he was on.
He shot you while trying to shoot him. I mean, so he wasn't trying to shoot you. You just unfortunately were.
Was in the way.
Yeah.
Oh, but shit, I felt like this. Motherfuckers all the way down the street.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah, especially if you're drunk, your aim's gonna be off. You're just kind of.
Detective, that was a completely clear. Do you remember who he said, well, you tell me who he said shot and run back to the white car?
He referred to the individual as by a nickname of Deck and identified Deck as Dexter Beard.
And that's the individual that shot first and ran back to his white car?
That's what he said, yes.
So to Mr. Bailey, Deck was the owner of the white car.
That was the understanding that he provided to me, yes.
So you get this information from Mr. Bailey. What did you do after you get that information?
Well, prior to interviewing Mr. Bailey, I interviewed Mr. Bailey, I believe on June 7th, the day before I had interviewed Dexter Beard while he was at the hospital.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You went to the hospital. What day did you go to the hospital?
I believe that was on June 6th.
Okay, you went when you went to go talk to Dexter Beard, did you know he was a suspect in this case?
Not like directly. I mean, I knew he was involved. It just wasn't clear what his involvement may have been.
And so how did you know he was involved? Was it because he was shot?
Well, that he was shot and just some hearsay information and some tips that I had received.
When you went to, so you go and talk to him, he wasn't under arrest at the time, correct?
No.
Okay. And why were you going to talk to him? Was it to further your investigation?
Yeah, to provide him an opportunity to give me his version of events of what happened.
So did you go?
Yes.
Right. Where was he?
He was at Grady Memorial Hospital.
So if you remember, was he in ICU unit or was he in a regular room?
I believe he was still in ICU on the 7th floor.
Okay. And when you go to talk to him, was there somebody else in the room?
There was.
Okay. Who was in the room?
I believe his girlfriend, LaQuisha Gresham was her name.
And when you go to the room, do you identify yourself?
Yes.
Okay. You tell him, I'm a detective?
Yes, and I believe I even provided him and or his girlfriend with a business card.
And when you talk to him, were there other officers present?
I don't believe so, no, not that I remember.
Okay. And was he under arrest at the time?
He was not.
Okay. And did you also record that?
Yes, I did.
And is that also on States 132?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you go and talk to him. Tell me about that conversation.
You want me to, based on my memory, what he told me?
Yes.
Okay. He said that he was walking from the direction of, I think it was called Abraham's, which was like an after hours kind of hangout place on the corner of Auburn and Bell. And he said he was walking to his vehicle, which was the white Pontiac. So that he would be walking north on Bell Street from Auburn Avenue. And he said that someone started shooting from his direction or towards his direction. But he said this, if I remember correctly, he said the shots were coming from John Wesley Dobbs, which would be the direction that he was walking towards. If he's walking from Auburn Avenue on Bell Street, he'd be walking towards John Wesley Dobbs. He said the gunshots were coming towards him from his front. And that he said he produced a black 38 and he turned north on Bell Street and shot once towards the direction of John Wesley Dobbs.
When he gave you the information and you said the person was shooting in the same direction as he was walking, did you draw a diagram for this?
I did.
Let me show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 167. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is actually my really rough sketch of what I was trying to understand he was trying to describe to me.
And did you do that at the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Did you show him this diagram?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 167 into evidence and to publish it as well.
Any objection to 167? Admitted, you may publish.
I'll wait for it to.
Okay.
We're gonna do that again on the screen. So can you describe, orient us first, since this is your writing, what you're saying, where it is, and what streets we're looking at?
So this is Auburn Avenue right here, which runs east and west direction. So downtown connector would be over here to the right. And this is Bell Street, which runs north and south. The majority of all the ballistics evidence was located in this area. Abraham's, if I remember correctly, was down somewhere in this corner, this direction. The business was on either this corner or the opposite corner. And the way that he described it and the way that I understood it was that he was walking this direction. The white Bonneville that was registered in his girlfriend's name was parked over here on the left side of the roadway. And he described receiving gunshots from the direction of John Wesley Dobbs, which would lead me to believe the gunshots were coming this direction. And then he said he produced a 38 black semi-automatic handgun, which I'm not a firearms expert, but 38s are commonly revolvers. And he said that he turned around and he fired one shot back towards the direction of John Wesley Dobbs, which means he would be shooting this direction.
Okay. And did you explain that so what did you say after he gave you this information?
I was just trying to get an understanding of his version of events and an understanding of what he was trying to explain to me. So I made sure that I had the clearest of accounts of his version of events that morning.
Now, you said now you've talked to, as I count, you've talked to Cedric, you've talked to Lee Bailey, you've talked to Benny Martin, you've talked to Kiki. Okay, so what happens after that?
I was at some point, I don't recall how I got the information, but I was led to believe that Mr. Beard's brother may have been present. And if I remember correctly, his first name was Andre. So I inquired with Mr. Beard if his brother was present, and he said no. And I asked him if there was anybody else in the area that he saw when he was being shot or before or after he was shot. And he said no. He said he didn't know who shot him or why. So at that point, just continued on with my investigation.
Did you ask specifically of whether Solo was there?
I don't recall if I specifically asked him about Solo or not, if he was there or not, or if he knew him.
Did you ask him if any other individuals were there?
I did, and I don't recall him mentioning anybody else or him seeing anybody else in that area when he was shot.
I'm going to show you. Let me show you transcripts of the statements at Grady. If you just read page 19. And does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So did you specifically ask him about Solo?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
That he was familiar with Solo, and that they never had any sort of problems, and that he didn't know who shot him or if Solo was the one that shot him.
Okay. Did you ask him about if he was there gambling?
Yes,
And what did he tell you?
I believe he said no, that he was walking from the business that was referred to as Abraham's.
Did you ask him if he was involved in gambling at all that night?
I don't recall if I asked him that specific question or not.
Can I show you again? Page 13. And what did he say?
That he was not involved in any gambling.
Did you also specifically ask him about the weapon? Because at this point, you had found the two weapons, correct? Before you
Correct.
talked to Mr. Beard.
Correct.
So you had the 40
Correct.
and you also had the revolver.
Correct.
Did you specifically ask him about the particular weapons and whether he knew anything about them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did he tell you? What did he tell you?
That he was in possession of a 38 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Did you specifically ask him what happened to his 38 automatic weapon?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said he didn't know what happened with it.
And are you distinguishing, Detective, semi-automatic from a revolver?
Yes, if I remember correctly, he specifically stated the firearm that he had and that he discharged was of 38 caliber and that it was a semi-automatic.
And after you talked to Mr. Beard, and then now we fast forward back, you've talked to Lil B, Benny Martin, I'm sorry, Lil B, Lee Bailey, Kiki, the defendants, car wash. What do you do after that?
I don't recall, I believe it was on June 7th, or maybe been June 8th. I prepared and presented arrest warrants for the defendant in the case.
And at that point, after you prepare arrest warrants, is that when the defendant is under arrest?
Yes, once the arrest warrants were issued, I went to Grady Hospital and served him with the arrest warrants.
And at that point is when officers will be, is he free to go from the hospital when he's done?
At that point, no, ma'am.
When you talked to him when he was at the hospital, did he seem coherent to you?
Yes, ma'am.
He seemed like he understood what was going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's on 132, right?
I'm sorry.
That interview is on 132.
Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Now, did you, when you went to arrest him, did you get a book of the defendant?
I did, but I don't recall if it was when I served him with the arrest warrants or if it was later on, but I did at some point. Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 147. 3. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It is a buccal swab kit, owner Dexter Beard, that was recovered on July 8th, 2014.
So that means you got it on July 8, 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you do a buccal swab? What is that?
So I have to get a search warrant, and we utilize a sterile kit, buccal swab kit that's provided by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's several sticks with cotton tips at the end of them, and we swab the inside of the cheeks on both sides of the cheeks of the individual. And in reference, we're collecting a DNA sample, and we do that so we can compare the individual's DNA to evidence collected during the course of the investigation.
And when you, after you collect it, what did you do with it?
I packaged it, I sealed it, and I submitted it to the GBI.
And that's what is on 132? I'm sorry, I didn't say what, I apologize.
143.
143, too many numbers. Your Honor, the state moves to admit 143 into evidence.
143 is admitted.
Now, after you prepare the arrest warrants and the defendant's under arrest, did you stop your investigation then?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so what did you do after that to further your investigation?
Several things. I canvassed the area, continued to canvass the area, contacted the 2 911 callers. There was 2 911 calls associated to this incident. Both firearms that were collected were not reported stolen to my knowledge. So I attempted to and contacted the individuals that last purchased the firearms.
And what years were that? So let's start with the 40. What was the year the individual purchased the?
I think it was in the 90s, if I remember correctly. I can refer to my notes on that.
Sure.
No. The 40 caliber was purchased February 14th, 1998.
And by who?
A Richard Hill.
What about the revolver?
The revolver was purchased on November 10th, 1976.
By who?
A Gregory Caudle, Caudle.
Did you investigate to see if they had anything to do with this homicide?
Yes, I spoke with both of those individuals over the phone because I believe both of them resided out of state.
So they don't live in Georgia anymore?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Okay. And what about the 911 calls? You said there were 2. Let's start with the first person.
Correct.
Did you get a name?
No, they would not identify themselves.
Okay. Was there any pertinent information you got from talking to the first 911 call?
I just recall one of them mentioning that they heard the gunshots, but that was the extent of it.
So the second 911 caller, would that be Shane Huggins?
Possibly. I'm not
If you
100%
would
sure.
look at your notes as well. Go to page.
Yes, that was one of the 911 callers.
And what did Mr. Huggins tell you?
That he did not witness the shooting, but he had heard gunshots.
And did he tell you the cadence of the gunshots that he heard?
Yes, he if I remember correctly, he said he heard about 4 to 5 shots, a slight pause, then additional gunshots after that.
So you do the 911 callers, you talk to them, the 2 individuals, you talk to the 2 individuals that last owned the guns. What else do you do to further investigate after you had taken out arrest warrants for Deck?
I spoke with Miss Casa, aka Bibi.
And when did you speak to Ms. Casa?
That was on June 18th.
Where did you speak to her?
I believe it was a Starbucks parking lot in DeKalb County, Briarcliff Road, I believe.
Why are
Druid Hills area.
Why are Starbucks?
That's where she requested to meet me at.
And so she met you?
She did.
Okay. And what was the extent of your conversation with her?
It was my understanding that she was present when the shooting happened.
So did you specifically ask her about what happened?
I did.
And what did she tell you about what happened?
That she was out with the victim, Solomon, that night. They were out hanging out, drinking, and they were heading home when Mr. Blah apparently saw some of his friends hanging out there on Auburn and Bell. So she stopped. He was hanging out gambling with several individuals, and she heard and observed the decedent, Mr. Solomon Bly, and who she knew as Deck, arguing. And then she observed the victim, Mr. Blah, bend down, I guess to try to pick up the money from the gambling proceeds, and that she observed Mr. or Deck, she referred to, produce a firearm and start shooting Mr. Blah in the back. She then observed Mr. Blah produce a black gun and start shooting back at Deck. She drove off, circled back around, and observed Mr. Blah lying in the street. She attempted to render aid, and the ambulance arrived and transported him to the hospital.
Did you show Miss Casa a lineup?
I did.
Okay. And how do you go about putting together a lineup?
We try to find a most recent photograph of the individual in question, and then we try to find 5 other what we call filler photos, or individuals of similar race, sex, complexion, if they have a beard or a mustache or earrings or whatnot. We try to find 5 other individuals that appear to have similar characteristics, and we read the person that we're showing the photo lineup to what we call a photo lineup admonition, which pretty much explains, not to only identify somebody if you can identify them, you're 100% sure. Don't pay attention to any markings or anything along those lines, and any anything that is so this is actually the photo lineup right here.
And Stacy Exhibit 144 that's been previously admitted. That's the photo lineup you showed her?
Correct.
Okay. If we would go down a bit, please.
Yeah, so this is the photo lineup admonition.
And did you read it, or did you let her read it?
I believe that I read it to her. I don't recall if she read it also, but I believe I read it to her.
So do you read it verbatim?
Yes.
So everything that's on 144, you read every single paragraph on it before you give them the photo?
Yes.
And then what about the signature part on the bottom? Tell me how that works.
That is her signature.
Now, after, did you specifically ask her about the individuals that she saw that were present when this gambling game was going on?
Yes.
And what information did she provide you?
I don't recall her providing any other individuals that she knew of that she knew there besides the decedent, Mr. Blah, and the individual that she referred to as Deck and that subsequently identified as Dexter Beard.
The individual that she identified as Deck, did she say that she knew him personally or she had just seen him?
I don't believe she meant she knew him personally, just I guess while hanging out with Mr. Blah, she came to know of Deck or Mr. Beard.
Your Honor, at this point, this day will play from 132, Mr. Defendant's statement to Detective Demeester while he was at the hospital.
Start to finish.
It's 20 minutes.
Oh, I don't mind. You have been playing excerpts from things and you didn't refer to this as an excerpt. I just want to make sure we weren't going to have the defense saying, well, wait, where are you in it? So you're playing the entirety, as you've got it, of Mr. Beard's statement to Detective Demeester when Mr. Beard was at the hospital.
Yes.
Great.
And just for the record, Your Honor, this is off of States 132. It's also on 132.
Hey, how are you doing? Doing okay? Hey, what's going on, Dexter? You doing all right, man? Hey, I'm with the police department. Detective Demeester, this is Detective Zimbrick. I'm the detective that's investigating the shooting, and glad you're doing okay, man. I know I checked on you a couple times and you were intubated, unconscious. Where all were you shot at? The leg, obviously. What other parts of the body were you shot in? Yeah. The stomach? Groin? Or your butt? Okay. Your stomach. So 3 times? 5 times? Wow, okay. Where all did you get hit? What type of damage did it do? Did they say, did you lose anything, like your spleen or anything like that?
Got shot 5 times.
Okay.
Twice in the butt, twice in the leg.
Okay. So you were shot from, someone shot you from behind, pretty much. Okay.
It's wrecked on the place. It's kid and it says to him.
What about it? Can you come in? Come on in.
They were correct.
Oh, okay.
Did he lose any vital organs?
They say
But they had to repair it though.
they had to repair it.
Okay. All right.
So he's lucky.
Yeah.
And you're gonna they're not gonna take your leg or anything like that. People are saying that.
They're still watching.
Okay. All right. Did it hit like an artery or something, or the bone? Your femoral artery? Jesus. You're lucky. You're lucky. So that's your Bonneville that we have? That's your Bonneville that we have? Okay, all right. And the reason why we took the Bonneville is because it had bullet holes in it, and there was like blood on it, okay? Yeah, like the whole, like the past.
Oh, no,
Yeah, we have it. We have
get
it.
back to you today, or tomorrow we'll call you.
Yeah.
Let you know where it's at. Phone number for you.
754-8554.
8554. We're gonna have to process it, get the blood, and the bullets and stuff, and then we'll call you. And get us.
There was blood inside the Bonneville. Is that your blood? Okay. So is that going to be your blood inside the car?
Should be.
Okay. All right.
Anybody else climb in the car with you, try and get away? Okay, so it's yours.
I was trying to get to the hospital.
I got you. Yeah. I hear you. Yeah. Because you're only like 2 or 3 blocks away. Did you?
Ran.
I got you.
Couldn't do nothing. I just
Yeah, I mean, he shot in the leg, so I probably wouldn't.
ran.
Yeah. So, you were running north on Bell, right? So you were running away from Auburn, like going towards John Wesley Dobbs, okay? And the person was behind you shooting. Okay. Do you know who was shooting you?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Who was out there?
I don't know anything.
You don't remember anything? Okay. All right. Do you remember what happened before you got shot? Okay. All right. Have you heard that other people got shot too? Did you hear that? Okay. Did you know a guy named Solo? Solomon?
Solo from the area.
Yeah. He's like one of the Ethiopian guys, I guess. They call him Solo. His real name is Solomon. I believe Belai, I believe is how you pronounce it. Everyone calls him Solo. He got shot too. Said got shot. Lil B got shot and LB got shot. You know who those guys are?
LB.
You know LB? You don't know Lil B? Okay. And Said he's a smoker, I guess. Crackhead. Okay. Yeah, he got shot. Solo got killed though. Solo got shot and got killed. All right.
Were you there with anybody? Were you at the club there?
The Abraham.
You're at Abraham's?
Were you with anybody? I mean, anybody ride over there with you?
Yeah, my little brother going with
Your brother? What's his name? Andre?
What's his last name?
Reese.
Okay. You got a number for him?
I don't even got no phone.
Okay.
Was he there when you got shot?
No, okay. I had made him leave living the way he had left way before.
Okay, so he wasn't there when you got shot? Okay. Do you remember anyone else that was there when you got shot? Was anybody like walking with you or?
Nobody walking.
Okay, all right. Did you have a gun? Did you fire a gun when you were out there?
Yeah.
You did?
I did, yeah.
Okay, what kind of gun did you have?
I mean, like a 38.
Like a pistol or a revolver?
I think like a pistol.
A pistol? A 38 pistol? Okay, you remember what color it was? Was it black, silver, gray, black? Okay. And what made you shoot the gun? What was going on that caused you to shoot?
I was shot, and I just turned around. I mean, I was shot in the back. I couldn't do nothing. I just turned around.
Okay. All right. And how many times do you think you fired?
Maybe once before I fell.
Okay.
Before I fell into the car.
Okay. How many times you shot 5 times, but how many gunshots did you hear coming from behind you?
I don't know.
Okay. Like more than 5, or do you think 5 shots?
More than 5 shots.
Okay. All right. So you got shot, and then you shot at least one time, like back towards the direction of where you were being fired upon. So I guess would that be like back towards Auburn Avenue?
No. Shots were kind of like, I ran like back toward the shots, put it like that.
Okay, so the shots are coming from like the area of her car.
Yeah.
So you were actually like shooting back towards her car, the white Bonneville.
Yeah, back toward that way.
Okay, all right. Could it have possibly been a Glock 40, black Glock 40 that you have? Okay. Could have been a revolver, a .357 revolver that you had?
30.
A 38 revolver?
30.
A revolver?
It's an automatic like the millennium.
Where the slide and the shell casings come out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because we found a Glock 40, Glock 27 40 caliber, and then we found a .357 revolver, but it shot 38 caliber rounds. Okay. All right. Who else out there had a gun that was shooting?
I don't even know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because there were 2 guns that we found. We found the revolver.
I got shot. I don't even remember nothing. I blinked straight out.
Okay. Do you remember the police showing up and loading you in the ambulance? Because actually, I don't know if did you see the news video? They actually got video of him getting loaded up in the ambulance. I think it was Channel 46, CBS 46 News. They were like, I guess right there, or like right after it happened, they actually had video of him getting loaded up into the ambulance. Yeah.
Because when I looked at, when I got down there, the news was just said, oh, it was all.
CBS 46, I think it was CBS 46 actually has him being loaded up in the ambulance.
And when I
Like an
was down
oxygen mask and everything like that. I don't know what time.
there, yeah, because we got, like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's what it was around 4:30. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So were you out there part of that little gambling thing that was going on out there? Okay. Well, I mean, if you were, I could care less. I mean, see, he and I were homicide detectives. Because Solo's dead, we have to investigate how he ended up dying.
I wasn't involved in no gambling too.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Do you know, is Solo known to be out there gambling?
Might, yeah. Might be
Do you remember seeing him out there gambling there on the side of the, right there at Bell and Auburn? Okay, all right. So I guess I'll draw a map because I just want to make sure that I kind of have a clear understanding of where you were. Okay, so here's Auburn Avenue, right? Here's Bell Street. So the one way is coming down this direction. So her car was like right around here. You were found by the paramedics right around here. So where was the gunfire coming from? Was the gunfire coming from the car? So coming from towards this direction? Okay, so were you like, so you were around or near the white car, and they're shooting from like, I guess, more closer to John Wesley. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sidewalk.
Yeah. So the sidewalk's right here.
So I'm walking along the sidewalk.
Okay. So you're walking down this way, like, and you're in the area of the white car, and they're shooting from behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you turn around and you shot back towards the direction. Towards John Wesley Dobbs. Okay, and then you had a what you believe to be a 38 black semi-auto. Okay. Do you have any idea where that gun is now? I'm sorry. Okay, is it in the car possibly?
In the car.
Okay. Because we haven't gone through the car yet, so I was just wondering if maybe it would possibly be in the car. Okay. So it's more than likely the blood that's in the car is going to be your blood. Okay, gotcha. All right. Do you remember seeing any of the other people that got shot? Do you remember seeing LB or?
Nobody. I don't even remember. None of them guys being out there. Period.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to kind of tell you what I'm being led to believe happened. All right, and just let me know if maybe something comes back to you. You, Solo, and a couple other guys are out there gambling. Some sort of argument ensues. Solo does something, says something, whatever. You end up shooting Solo, and then Solo shoots you back. Okay. That's pretty much what I'm being led to believe happened.
That's probably what you were letting me do.
Well, I'm just saying if
Shoot him and
Yeah.
shot me back.
Well, I'm just saying if there's something that Solo did that caused you to, feel that you needed to shoot
That's
him.
what I'm telling you, Solo wasn't around when
Okay.
I got shot from behind. I don't know what Solo was.
Okay.
Solo was nowhere in the vicinity.
Okay. Well, he was found on the sidewalk right near, maybe 2 cars ahead of her car. So he was like probably within 10 feet or less of you, and then he was shot so bad that where he was shot, he fell right there. He didn't like run off anywhere because he was probably killed almost instantly or within a couple of 30 seconds to a minute. So he didn't like run because we could see like blood trails and everything like that. Where he was shot, he probably dropped right in the general area where he was shot, he fell. So like he was within 10 feet from you when he was shot and where you were shot, if that makes sense. So I'm just letting you know that's what we're being led to believe. So I guess what we're here to try to figure out is if there's something that happened that caused you to feel like you needed to shoot him, for whatever reason, now is the time to. Okay. Is it a possibility that the shot that you fired may have hit Solo? Is it a possibility?
I was firing back
Towards John Wesley Dobbs, and so Solo would have been behind you, the opposite direction from which you were firing. Okay.
You saying that he was up that way?
Yeah.
I didn't even see Solo.
Okay. Is it?
LB, you said LB?
Yeah.
I don't even know who Lil B is.
Okay. I guess he's a smoker too out in that
I don't know
area.
who it is. And he said,
Is it possible that Solo's the one that shot you?
I don't know.
Because everyone's telling me that Solo's the one that shot you.
If he did, I don't know.
Yeah, he had the Glock 40 and he just opened up and just started shooting. I'm being led to believe that Solo's the one who shot everyone. That he's the one who shot LB, he's the one who shot Lil B and said, but that he didn't mean to shoot them, that he was trying to shoot you, but I guess he doesn't have the greatest aim in the world, and that's why he shot all the other people too. Is it possible that Solo's the one who shot him?
I don't know, I can't. Me and him ain't never had
No problems?
no problem, no none of that.
Okay. And he just got out of prison, I guess, and I guess he's a little bit of a hothead over there, drunk, whatever. I mean, that's what everyone's telling me, I guess. Do you know? Did they pull any bullets out of you when they operated on you? Did they tell you anything about that?
We were trying to figure out ourselves what he got shot. Like,
Yeah.
literally no one has told us
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
And every time I'm asking him,
Mhm.
do he remember anything?
Mhm.
He don't remember that he was lying on the paper. He
Yeah.
like, what happened to me? He
Yeah.
asked me yesterday. I said, you know what today is?
Mhm.
And he was like, no, I was like Thursday.
Mhm.
And he was like, how long I been in here?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, he was unconscious for like at least 2 days, right? They had the tube down his throat and everything like that. Yeah. He's lucky because they didn't think he was gonna make it.
I know, just what I told him.
Yeah. So they any idea how long they're gonna have him here for? Did they say
They still not telling us.
he's probably gonna have to do
It's that
rehab?
leg,
That's the biggest problem is the leg.
biggest problem is the leg. They're trying to see if they can save his foot or not.
So it's the foot.
When the artery is something.
Okay,
that
up top.
He's not getting blood, he's only getting one post now.
Yeah. Well, I hope the best for you, man. I really do.
So when you were talking to, you were talking about where the bodies were. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 5 or 4 maps. And you were talking about bodies were found 10 feet from each other, whose body wasn't, where Solo's body was and where Deck was before he was taken away. I'm going to put up the map so you can circle for us where each person was, okay? And for Solo, put an S, and for Deck, put a D, please.
Gotcha.
Yes.
So when I got to the crime scene, all individuals have been transported from the scene. But I was led to believe that Solo was found somewhere in this area here, and Deck was found, or his bloody clothes, and he was found by paramedics somewhere back behind the white Bonneville, which is that last car there.
Okay.
Oh, those are cars. Okay, they're not like they're parked. Okay.
Yeah.
You drew that?
We have a program, but that's unfortunately how the cars come out.
Blaming the program.
Yep.
Okay.
Technology.
I guess this was back in 1842 or whenever this
We've
case
got
was.
much better technology
Okay.
now, yes.
Couple of quick follow-up. So when when all the evidence was collected, apart from the 40 caliber shell casings, were there any other shell casings found in the area?
Not that I recall. A couple days later, I found an additional 40 caliber cartridge casing, which I believe was fired by the same weapon, but no other cartridge casings recovered that I recall. No.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You haven't mentioned that. So you said you went back to the crime scene again to look, and you found an additional casing?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember what day you went back?
I went back several days, and I believe when I discovered the additional cartridge casing was, I believe, on June 6th.
Okay. And did you call crime scene to come and look at it?
Yes, I believe they came out, photographed, and collected the cartridge casing, and we found an addition, I believe, one additional projectile on the sidewalk.
So that's the 11 on the day collected by crime scene, and then the one when you went back again and canvassed the scene. So that's 12. Apart from the 12 .40 caliber shell casings, did you find any other shell casings around that crime scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you also get an account during the course of your investigation where everybody was standing? Because now you've talked to a whole bunch of people, right? You've talked to all the people we've mentioned. Did you, in your course of your investigation, do you have an understanding of where everybody was standing when the shots happened?
Yes, a general understanding, yes.
Okay, so can you raise the S and the D for me? And using that again for the names, and you can tell us when you, whatever first letter you use, who you're referring to when you put them on the diagram.
So I was led to believe that the gambling was occurring on the sidewalk, in this general area next to the cars. Cedric Jeffries, if I remember correctly, said that he was coming from this direction and was coming around the corner as he was shot. And like I said, Solo was found over here in this general area. Deck was found up here. I don't recall or know where Benny Martin or Lee Bailey were discovered by responding officers or EMS, but they both stated that they were in this general area of where the gambling and the argument was occurring.
Now, we've been talking about Deck, the person you talked to at the hospital, and the person you know as Deck. Is that person present in court today?
Yes.
Would you please identify him to me by pointing to him and telling me what he's wearing?
As a gentleman at the defense table with the light gray business suit on.
You want to let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
He has.
Your Honor, if we could approach briefly.
Maybe it's a good time to take a break.
Yes.
It sounds like you're transitioning and we're about at that. Hey, you've been going for almost 2 hours. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. For planning purposes, we have to break for lunch. Where did today go? At 12:30 at the latest, as I'm taking a plea in a different case. We'll try to keep this one to about 10 minutes. If you need more time, let Deputy Gordon know gently. It looked like you were running out of snacks back there, so we'll see if we can replenish that little bin. And keep us posted if you're running out of anything else. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll see you in about 10. Thank you. You all can be seated. Ms. Okam, what was it that we needed to talk about?
No, nothing. I was asking if they wanted to take a break before we go into the transcript reading.
I did. Thank you for asking. So what's up next will be you asking questions, and Detective DeMeester will be the crier.
Yes.
He is going to play the role of Mr. Beard.
Yes.
Okay. I will explain to the jury what's going to happen, that they will be hearing the testimony of Mr. Beard from a prior proceeding, but that Detective DeMeester will be reading the words from the transcript that represent what Mr. Beard had to say in that prior proceeding. And you'll be asking questions that were asked in that prior proceeding, not something off script, if you will. I'll say it slightly differently, but that's my intention. Does that work for the state?
Yes, Judge, except I talked to Ms. Krimivic and we decided, instead of me saying, because there's some parts that the question is the jurors, I'm not going to say the jurors. So the question is, do you want the jurors to believe? And I don't want to say, do you want the jurors to believe? Because then they know there was a.
Oh, I was confused. I thought you said that Judge Downs let jurors just stand up and say, hey, what happened there? The assistant DA or I guess here would be assistant DA was saying in a question to Mr. Beard, do you really think the jurors would believe? Okay, let's not use the J word. I think that's great.
And then I also, the other thing we agreed about is in the statements, it says Mr. Fair. And we agreed that we should just say, remove that as well, so that there's no confusion of who Mr. Fair is.
Who is Mr. Fair?
His prior attorney.
Oh, Morris Fair. Huh, okay. So Morris Fair was before, you just are going to say your lawyer or?
Yes.
Okay, and what are you going to say instead of juror? Are you going to make it self-referential? Do you expect me to believe or the court?
Expect the court to believe.
Okay, court works because that makes it a proceeding, like it was a suppression hearing or something. Okay.
Well, I have to try to remember to.
Are there times when Mr. Beard said jurors?
No, I don't.
So I'm only going to be reading what he says, not what the previous DA or, okay.
No, questions will come from,
Okay. Very good.
yeah, you're always providing the answers. So, and if Mr. Beard says something that's not the way you normally say it, you need to say it how it was said and not put the Demeester spin on it, okay? Anything else, Ms. Ocom?
No, those are the things I wanted to flag for the court judge.
Okay, Ms. Primovic or Ms. Feely, it's a little confusing because it's Ms. Feely's witness, but it sounds like you've chaperoned this process. So whichever one of you, concerns or things, how you want this to work differently.
There were some concerns. The state sent us yesterday scanned of what they wanted to use. She realized late last night that some of the scans didn't come through. So I was working on that this morning during this. And Your Honor, with these additions, we wanted to add page 977, 978, and part of 979 for the rule of completeness.
Sure. So you have a Rule 106 concern. It's not that you think there's some issue of things shouldn't come in, more should come in. And you're asking, could Ms. Ocom, since she's doing this exchange with Detective Demeester, could you weave in these additional pages?
Right, and it's whenever she wants to do it, but to keep it in order of the transcript, I don't know how would be at the beginning, but I don't know, it would explain some things.
So
Context.
my standing ruling will be, because the whole statement could come in, and there's not going to be a relevance argument here, would be anything you want added per 106. Ms. Ocom either can say, well, you'll need to do it, which is awkward, but I'm not compelling you to do what the defense wants, or please do include it. And ideally just keep the pages in order. Although, I mean, it's not like the jurors are going to know you asked a question out of order, but I think it will be confusing to the jury, unnecessarily confusing, if you cover some of Mr. Beard's prior testimony and then Ms. Feely gets up and says, all right, I'm going to play the prosecutor. I mean, it doesn't really matter who's asking the question, but I guess it may be that the defense would want to get in questions from Mr. Fair that were answered, or maybe you were covering both answers from questions from Mr. Fair and from Mr. Rucker.
No, I'm not.
You were doing cross-examination only. Yes. Were you seeking to add Ms. Primovic direct examination or cross? I don't think it changes my analysis all that much, but. Okay. Well, let's do this. I want to give Ms. Rivers a break. I think the smooth way to handle it is for you to do all of it, Ms. Ocom, but if you've got concerns that what the defense wants to get in just makes yours too choppy or de-emphasizes what you want to emphasize, just let me know. And then the defense will, on cross-examination of Detective Demeester, have a chance to do the same thing. And I'll just explain to the jury, we're going back to the transcript of Mr. Beard's testimony from that prior proceeding. Importantly, we use court instead of jury, and we don't need to refer to Mr. Fair. You can say Mr. Beard's lawyer or whatever you want to say. Okay?
Understood, Judge.
All right, anything from the defense other than what you started to share, Ms. Primovic? Okay, I'll be back out in 6 or 7 minutes. Whenever Ms. Rivers says we can come back out.
Oh, yeah.
Please,
Yep,
please. Please, thank you.
As soon as I sat down. Thank you.
Once you've got things organized to your liking, can you come back to chambers?
Actually, we can't do anything. I've seen you before. I used to be the sheriff right now, Troy, that's why I'm saying that.
I've only been here a little over a year. I just work back for police department, for Compton Sheriff's Office. You're also hiring.
They're always hiring, yeah, they're always hiring.
Sure, this is your office hiring.
That's where I came from. That's where I came from this list.
Oh, you know, right.
Yes, yeah. He was mine, it was actually my fault, right? I was investigating.
Okay. Hopefully, I can will be four partners. Yeah. Where'd you come from? Oh, you were a 12-year-old.
So, yeah. So,
You do all the time in courts?
well, actually, first four, well, first 2 years. Of course, then I was on the sheriff, this first year. It's good. To the course.
Just like when you bring drag on.
Yeah, that work today. And then last person year to I told him I told him transport.
Oh, yeah, I did like, I spent a year doing transport, driving the bus, driving the van. I believe I saw every prison in county jail. In the state, so.
It was bad when you give me small time, pick up and you see a bunch of cows, so it was a sight in the country, that's all, this is somebody.
South Georgia is nothing but prison.
Yeah.
I remember always going down to Bainbridge. Kind of little prisons in there, but as soon as you get out of here, there's naps. It's like you refresh me down there.
I think it was one to now. But it's so small, like 200. Wasn't any zero
Doing all right? Wasn't doing it. Wasn't doing it.
Sorry, here I am. Here I
No
am.
worries.
Yeah.
All right, do you want us to do these?
I mean, doesn't matter for me. 78. So what page did you get?
977, 978, and then just
979.
just right here,
You have to where my stop.
right here. So it was after that.
So is that direct or is that cross?
My transcript is like all grown up.
Where's my person? What I asked them to print, they printed the wrong thing, but that's okay. That's fine. So my numbers, my numbers. Because by the time you cross him, it's literally after that. That's when he's done. That's the I don't know. We'll see. So I'm trying to do that. Of when you. This is what I asked.
We started.
No, I want to be email. Yes,
Is he the next witness?
after him, we'll see.
Cause I need to know so I can have somebody come and help.
Oh, okay. So we're not gonna get to him. Yeah, it's almost all. It's not possible. She hasn't crossed.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can relax.
I don't know.
Okay. This is direct.
Just for my sanity, how many pages am I reading?
Oh, it's a lot.
Oh,
It's not as much as.
It's a lot. It's like 200 pages.
I'm reading 200 pages.
No.
Are you serious?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay. You about to say,
So you overestimate so that when it's less, they're like, oh, it's not that bad. That's the way it works. You get it.
Look at that, I got a call.
Yeah.
You got a call?
77. So do you want us to do it? You want to do it?
I can do it. That's a cross. Is it cross? What I want to know.
It's on direct.
It's on direct? Oh,
Yeah,
then you,
77.
oh, no. I thought it was cross.
We'll do it.
I'm trying to find my, oh, my binder is right there. I have so many binders.
We're gonna have to do
Is that my binder? Okay.
Oh, we're gonna need.
Here we go.
So this is the transcript? Yeah, it's my transcript. No, it's. Where's the quiz?
That's my candy, sir. Sir.
That's my candy.
I need someone to stay up.
That is my candy, sir. Yes. Yes, I will. Sir, can you, detective, can you indicate A as well?
I'm sorry, Judge, I just.
Yes.
I'll try.
It's so much brighter with those lights on.
So I cut it on in the morning.
Oh, yeah, but that way I'm not gonna die on those stairs back there. Okay, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Ms. Ockham, anything before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Judge.
Did you and Ms. Primovic sort out the additional portions of the transcript that she'd like covered?
Hers is on direct, so she'll do it. I'm just doing the cross.
Okay, is that the way it'll work? And I guess it would be you, Ms. Feely. What you'll do is when you are cross-examining, Detective DeMeester, you'll do the direct exam from Mr. Beard's prior proceeding. Did you have any concern about the way in which I'm going to explain what's about to happen to the jury? Okay, great. If we can get Mr. Beard, we'll get started. Oh, and one other thing. I just need at least one lawyer listening from each side. I need an email from each side for any, I'm going to call them civilians, non-county employees who want to be here on Monday, because I have to have a list that I get to the sheriff's folks. If you don't have a Fulton County employee card, a badge, and you're not a juror, you're not coming in the building. I know there've been a lot of people here for Mr. Beard. There've been some people here for Mr. Belay. Anyone's welcome. They just can't get in the building. So if you could email me names of people, and you don't have to do it right now. I just need it by we'll say close of business today, the people that you'd like to have access to 8D on Monday, and make it as thorough as possible. But if we get here on Monday and you're getting text saying Fred Smith, we didn't think he was going to be here, he is, we can get him in. There's just going to be a delay, and I want to minimize that. So more names is better.
Just their first and last name.
I think that's all we need. They don't need a driver's license number. So it would be Robert McBurney. And I would show ID that I'm Robert McBurney, and I'll be able to get in the building. Okay.
Non-county employees.
Right. If you have a county ID, or you guys have that scary tin badge, you get in the building. But a county ID will get you in the building. That's what I'm told. All right. Then let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, adjourned.
Why don't you guys slide all the way down, just cause? Okay,
Once you're first.
okay,
Here for writing access.
all right. That juror should come out early.
You're first to write is
All right, everyone's here. You all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, what is next is a little bit of role playing that's going to happen. Ms. Ocom has with her, and I think Detective DeMeester has with him, a transcript from a he now does a transcript from a prior proceeding at which Mr. Beard testified. And what Ms. Ocom is going to do is literally read questions that were asked of Mr. Beard in a prior proceeding. And Detective DeMeester is going to play the role of Mr. Beard. The state doesn't have the ability to call a defendant to testify. Defendant has an absolute right to silence. Mr. Beard may testify in this trial. He may not. As I've told you now umpteen times, he's got no burden. And so he'll decide at a later point whether he wants to testify. But because the state cannot call him to testify, they are able to get in statements he's made outside of this proceeding. You've already heard one when he was at the hospital, and you heard a little bit of his voice. So there was another hearing at which Mr. Beard testified. And the way you all will get to hear what Mr. Beard said in response to questions is by having Detective DeMeester read the words that Mr. Beard said. That proceeding wasn't recorded. Detective DeMeester didn't have his secret tape recorder in here recording it. So there's a transcript in the same way that we're making a transcript here, or we would in a suppression hearing or a bond hearing. And it's that transcript that is being used. You may hear a little bit more of what Mr. Beard had to say in that prior proceeding when Ms. Feely does her examination of Detective DeMeester Again, because Detective Demeester is playing that role of Mr. Beard in that transcript. So it's may seem a little unorthodox, but that's the legally correct way for us to handle this situation. So Ms. Ocom again will be asking questions. When I say they're not her questions, she didn't write those questions. They're the questions that a lawyer asked Mr. Beard in a different proceeding. And what you hear Detective Demeester say is not Detective Demeester's testimony. He is reading the words of Mr. Beard's sworn testimony from a different hearing. All right. With that, Ms. Oak, and you need to be very clear when you're transitioning away from this exchange that I just described, because the jurors need to know when it's Detective Demeester's testimony, i.e. evidence from him, and when it was Mr. Beard's testimony, which is evidence they might receive in a different way.
Yes, Judge. And just for the record, I believe I've marked his State's Exhibit 191, and that is what I will be reading from.
Okay, let me just look at my list here.
I added it today, Judge.
That's fine. So 191, which are you tendering that for the record? That's not the kind of thing, obviously, that would go back with the jury, but for the record's purposes, you're tendering 191, which is Mr. Beard's testimony from a prior proceeding.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Feely, any objection to making 191 part of the record of this proceeding?
Yeah.
Okay, 191 is admitted.
Detective, if you would turn to page 991, please.
Yes.
Question.
So you're not going to need to read the word question every time, I hope.
The court reporter requested that I do that.
Oh, well then, that's what we're going to do. Got it. And then Detective Demeester will say, answer before he then shares the words of Mr. Beard.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Rivers, for getting it right.
Question. So it's fair to say before this incident, there really was no issue between you and Mr. Belay.
Answer, no issue at all.
Question. And about how many years would you say you all had been knowing each other?
Answer, maybe 10.
Question. 10 years?
Answer, yes.
Sorry. Question. 10 years. Now, did you know that Mr. Belay carried a gun?
Answer, yes.
Question. Okay. And how long have you carried your gun?
Answer, I can't say exactly how long.
Question. Give me a ballpark.
Answer, years.
Question. Okay. So that everybody is clear, we're talking about this gun, right?
Answer, yes.
Question. This is your gun.
Answer, yes.
Question. You admit that.
Answer, yes.
Question. And you admit also that you had this gun on the night of this dice game.
Answer, yes.
Question. When Mr. Belay got shot?
Answer, yes.
Question. You actually admit to having the gun on you that night during the dice game?
Answer, yes.
If you go to the next page, please. 993. Question. And while you were shooting dice with your gun on your hip, you knew that the gun was loaded full of bullets.
Answer, yes.
Question. You put the bullets in there.
Answer, yes.
Question. You had fired the gun before.
Answer, no. Well, I hadn't fired it before.
Question. You had never fired this gun before?
Answer, no.
Question. In the years you had it, you had never fired the gun before?
Answer, I haven't had that exact gun for years. I have had more than just that gun.
Question. So how long did you say you had this gun?
Answer, maybe some months, a few months or so.
Question. Okay, a few months.
Answer, uh-huh.
Okay. I'm sorry. Question. Okay, not a few years.
Answer, actually, you asked me, you didn't ask me exactly, did I have that exact gun? You asked me what, did I carry a gun? That's what you asked me.
If you drop down to line 20, I'm sorry, if you go to page 995. Question. So really what you are saying is you didn't have it for a couple of years, you only had it for a couple of months.
Answer, I had that exact gun for a couple of months.
Question, couple of months, and in that couple of months, you never fired it?
Answer, no.
Question, but you had it loaded?
Answer, yes.
Question, and you didn't put 357 bullets in here, you put 38 caliber special bullets in here, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, because you knew those bullets would fire in this gun.
Answer, somebody told me that, yes.
Question, you didn't try it out to see for yourself?
Answer, no.
Question, why not?
Answer, I really didn't have a reason to fire it, really. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Question, okay, when you came out there to gamble, you recognize that the folks that were out there, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, at the most, how many people out there?
Answer, maybe 20, 25 people.
Question, okay, and out of the 20, 25 people out there, did you know all of them or had you seen all of them before?
Answer, yeah, I had seen all of them before.
Question, right, you kind of knew them when you saw them and they knew you, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, these were your folks, your boys, your friends?
Answer, yes.
Question, so you didn't feel threatened by them, right?
Answer, no.
Question, why did you have to take a gun then to a dice game with a bunch friends?
Answer, because different things go on around our neighborhood. People come through robbing and things like that.
Question, okay, and then when that happens, you want to have a gun?
Answer, yes.
Okay, a question, okay. Now, when you were out there, how long had you and Solo been gambling against each other?
Answer, maybe an hour.
Question, about an hour?
Answer, maybe.
Question, and could it be longer?
Answer, probably could have been longer.
Question, could have been longer. And how did Solo get to the scene? Was he already there when you got there?
Answer, yes.
Question, but when you got there, you saw Bibi in the car?
Answer, I walked past Bibi in the car.
Question, okay. And so when she says she was sitting in the front passenger seat of her car at the scene, that's really true, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, and she didn't get out and participate in the dice game, right?
Answer, no.
Question, and you knew that she was with Solo, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, because you had met her before, right?
Answer, I have not met her before, actually spoken to her, but I've seen her with Solo before.
Question, so when you saw her in the car, you kind of said to yourself, that's Bibi, she's with Solo.
Answer, I really didn't think nothing about it. I just walked right past. I seen her and walked past.
Question, but I mean, when you looked at her, you didn't say, okay, that's a stranger. I didn't know who that is, right?
Answer, no.
Question, right? So my point is that she knows what you look like, right?
Answer, I guess so. If she says she does, I don't know.
Question, you don't know?
Answer, we have never met, just been face to face to talk, so I wouldn't know.
Question, okay. Did you know she was looking at the whole thing when y'all started arguing and the shooting started? Did you know that?
Answer, no.
Question, you really wasn't thinking about that at the time?
Answer, no.
Question, and so let me ask you this, true or false, your brother Andre was really out there that night?
Answer, no.
Question, let me ask you this, why don't you admit that to the court?
Answer, what's there to admit? He wasn't there.
If you go to page 1000, please. Question, okay, so what you are telling the court is that you kind of have a really good memory, like a really good recall about what happened out there that night.
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, so let me ask you this, man. What did you do with your gun after you shot Bilal?
Answer, I don't remember.
Question, you don't remember? Did you throw it over the wall over the Georgia power plant to hide it and get rid of it?
A, I don't remember. Or answer, I apologize. Answer, I don't remember.
Question, you don't remember? Did you fire your gun until it was empty and there were no more bullets coming out?
Answer, I don't remember.
Question, you don't remember? How many people were down at the end of Bell Street towards Auburn Avenue when you were shooting solo?
Answer, I don't know.
Question, you don't know, but you want the court to believe that you do know without a doubt Solo shot you first.
Answer, yes.
Question, and he was standing up when he did?
Answer, no, he wasn't standing straight up.
Question, how was he standing?
Answer, he was slouched over.
Question, slouch over?
Answer, yes.
Question, what does that mean?
Answer, like he was shooting the dice.
Question, okay, what was he doing?
Answer, pointing the gun at me, shooting me.
Question, so right before he was pointing the gun at you, shooting you, what was he doing?
Answer, he was shooting the dice.
Question, he was shooting the dice. So your testimony is that you'd all been friends for 10 years, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, you came out there to gamble with your friends, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, we got thousands of dollars on the ground, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, everybody drinking, right?
Answer, I guess they were, I don't know.
Can you go to page 1005, please? Line 15, please. Question, okay, isn't it true that Said really is a crackhead?
Answer, I wouldn't call him a crackhead. He smoked, but I ain't gonna call him a crackhead.
Question, why not? He smokes crack.
Answer, but you got to respect that some people have that type of label on them. They're a crackhead, but I don't call him no crackhead.
Question, you don't call him that?
Answer, no.
Question, what do you call him?
Answer, I just call them smokers.
Question, and did you hear him say that while you were gambling, he was really around the corner getting high? Did you hear him say that?
Answer, yes.
Question, that's true, isn't it?
Answer, I guess so.
Question, he wasn't standing next to you, was he?
Answer, yes, he was.
Question, well, how was he standing next to you if he was around the corner getting high?
Answer, I don't know.
Question, you don't know? Let me ask you this. Is it true that your car was parked close to the wall on Bell Street? Is that true?
Answer, I guess so.
Question, I mean, you parked it?
Answer, I guess so, yes.
Question, yes. And so you had to walk towards Auburn Avenue in order to get to the dice game?
Answer, yes.
Question, true. And the dice game was taking place kind of on the sidewalk, correct?
Answer, yes.
Question, so if this is the wall where you all are shooting dice, right?
Answer, right.
Question, because you saw me down here with Kiki, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, when we're doing the demonstration for the court, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, so if we're shooting dice right here against the wall, that's you and Solo. You got me?
Answer, uh-huh.
Your car is down this way.
Answer, yes.
Question, Auburn Avenue is down this way, indicating.
Answer, yes.
Question, the street is behind us, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, and Powell's is on the corner where Mr. Woodson lives, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, and it's true, isn't it? It's true. Just like Benny Martin said, you were standing on this side, right?
Answer, on the right side, yes.
Question, on the right side?
Answer, yes.
Question, closer to your car?
Answer, yes.
Question, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, are you with me?
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, Solo would have been standing if we were facing the wall to your left, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, right? The corner is down this way, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, and if you and Solo are shooting at each other, right? You got me?
Answer, yes.
Question, Solo's bullets are going that, indicating way, right?
Answer, right.
Question, towards the opposite way of Auburn Avenue, right?
Answer, right.
Question, towards your car.
Answer, yes.
Question, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, your bullets are going this, indicating way, right?
Answer, I guess so, yes.
Question, towards Auburn Avenue, right? So if there are people who say they're on the corner near Auburn Avenue running away from this gunfire, even you would admit that the bullets that they were hit from really came from your gun, right?
Answer, no.
Question, why not?
Answer, because I don't know. I don't know.
Question, why don't you know? You said Solo was shooting at you this way, indicating you were this, indicating way, right?
Answer, right.
Question, okay, so you're saying that Solo was firing this way, indicating.
Answer, no.
Question, right? That don't make no sense, does it?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, right? So if he's firing this indicating way, there were only two guns fired out there, his and yours. You had to be shooting this way, right?
Answer, right.
I mean, that's what you demonstrated for the court.
Answer, right.
So if people got hit with bullets down this way, they came from your gun, right?
Answer, I guess so.
Question, right? In the dice game, who was the bank?
Answer, Solo.
If you go to page 118 for me, please. 1018, thank you. From line 14, question. What you're telling the court is that, did you see Solo pull his gun?
Answer, no.
Question, you didn't know it was coming, right?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, pow, pow, you get shot, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, right? What you did was you turned to see who was shooting at you.
Answer, I turned with my gun out.
Question, with your gun out?
Answer, yes.
And if you turn to 1020, please, page 1020. Question, okay, after those, how many times did you get hit with the bullets before you turned around?
Answer, maybe 2 or 3.
Question, okay, and so when you turned around, are you trying to tell the court that for some reason, Solo, who, and you tell me if this is right or wrong, Solo actually had the drop on you, didn't he?
Answer, yes.
Question, right, so you're trying to tell the court that you believe that he was really trying to kill you?
Answer, I don't know. I can't say that.
Question, he was definitely trying to shoot you though?
Answer, yes.
Question, okay, so are you trying to say that Solo, who had the drop on you and who was trying to shoot you, when you turned around with your gun pulled out, he stopped out?
Answer, no, he was still shooting.
Question, and he was still shooting, right?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, and while he was shooting, you had turned around and you were shooting at him?
Answer, I fired back.
Question, you fired back at him. Please explain to the court why, of all of them, 15 bullets that Solo had in his gun, not one of them hit you in the front, not one. How is that possible when y'all were just a couple of feet away from each other?
Answer, I can't say.
Question, you're just making that up, aren't you?
Answer, no.
Question, because that don't make no sense, does it?
Answer, if you're saying it doesn't.
Question, no, I'm talking about you. That doesn't make no sense for this man to be a couple of feet away from you, had the drop on you with a semi-automatic handgun that holds 15 bullets. If he did what you said he did, you ought to be shot up all up in the front, right?
Answer, no.
Question, why not?
Answer, because I wasn't turned to the front of him.
Question, I thought that's what you just said, you just did.
Answer, I turned back around and fired back at him.
Question, correct.
Answer, and took off.
Question, right. So when you turned around to fire back at him, did you hear the medical examiner say he was hit 5 times? 5 times.
Answer, I guess so.
Question, you had to stay there long enough to shoot him 5 times, didn't you?
Answer, I guess.
You go to 1023, please. From lines 12. Question, as you sit here today, you actually fired a gun all 6 times, didn't you?
Answer, I'm not sure how many times I fired.
Question, did you give your guns to somebody else to shoot?
Answer, no.
Question, throughout this whole incident, you're the only person who had the gun, right?
Answer, yes.
And was the gun fully loaded when you were walking around with it?
Answer, no.
Question, did you fully load it?
Answer, I'm not quite sure.
Question, it's possible you only had 2 bullets in it?
Answer, no, I had more than 2 bullets.
Question, we know you had at least 6, scratch that. Question, we know you had at least 5 bullets, right?
Answer, I guess it holds 6.
Question, right. But we know Solo was hit 5 different times, right? 5 different times, right?
Answer, I guess so.
Question, so we know you had at least 5 bullets in here. It holds 6. All I'm asking is, did you fire off 6?
Answer, I'm not quite sure how many shots I fired.
Question, and your testimony to the court is that you do not remember what you did with your gun after the shooting.
Answer, no, I do not remember.
Question, would you admit that when you talked to Dexter in the hospital, you lied to him, didn't you?
Answer, I don't remember even talking to whoever Dexter is.
Question, you just told your lawyer. Asked you because I wrote it down. Do you remember Dexter coming to talk to you in the hospital and you said yes?
Answer, yes.
Question, you remember that, don't you?
Answer, I don't remember him coming to talk to me. I remember him coming to swab me and giving me paperwork.
Question, so when your lawyer asked you that question, why didn't you just say, no, I don't remember Dexter coming to talk to me in the hospital? Why didn't you say no?
Answer, I don't remember saying that.
Question, I caught you again, didn't I?
Answer, I don't remember saying that.
Question, what you told your lawyer is that you didn't remember the interview?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, you remember that?
Answer, yes.
Question, so if you remember telling your lawyer that you didn't remember the interview, explain to the court how you don't remember telling your lawyer in a question right before that the person who was interviewing you was Dexter.
Answer, I don't. I didn't know his name at the time.
Next, 1026. Question, you have a selective memory, don't you?
Answer, I guess so.
Question, guess so. So you remember what you need to remember when it helps you and you forget the stuff that hurts you, right?
Answer, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
Question, and let me ask you this. I want to tell you this. Would you agree that it's terrible, man, that you and Solo were out there shooting them guns with all of them people out there? That was just terrible, wasn't it?
Answer, yes.
Question, and you would agree that it's really a miracle that more people that didn't get hit with all of them bullets flying around, right?
Answer, right.
Question, in this diagram right here, let me ask you this. Why did you drop that Solo's friends were behind you? What's the point of that?
Answer, that's where they were.
Question, what's their names?
Answer, I know one of their names. I don't know the other ones.
Question, you don't know? What do they have to do with any of this?
Answer, they was there.
Question, nothing, right?
Answer, they were there.
Question, yeah, they were there. There were 20 other people there, right?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, they didn't have nothing to do with what was going on between you and Solo, right?
Answer, no.
Right? And even after you and Solo started shooting, you told the court that his friends had guns, but hell, they never put them out and shot you, right?
Answer, right.
Because they were standing there, right? They were standing right there. They could have just killed you, couldn't they?
Answer, yes.
Question, that's because there wasn't no friends there and they wasn't even a part of this case.
Answer, they were there.
Question, you would admit that Solo was really upset and he thought you were cheating him, right?
Answer, yes.
Question, let me ask you this. You did this little demonstration with your lawyer. You said what you did was you put down 100, right?
Answer, at some time.
Question, and then you covered the 100 with a 20, right?
Answer, or a dollar bill, $5 bill, right?
Okay, question, okay? Or a dollar bill or a $5 bill, right? Okay. Is that what Solo was doing? Was his money all stacked up like that, covered up?
Answer, no, it was just spread.
Question, say it again.
Answer, it was spreaded out.
Question, it was spread out. So with Solo's money, you could see how much money he had on the ground, right?
Answer, you could see the money, but you ain't going to know how much he had in it.
Question, okay? You could see it on the ground though.
Answer, yes.
Question, he wasn't covering it up like you were covering it up, right?
Answer, no.
Question, so if you made the point, if you won, then Solo would have to pay you not just the $5, he would have to pay you what was underneath the $5.
Answer, yes.
Question, right?
Answer, right.
Question, so in essence, really, you were fooling Solo, weren't you?
Answer, yes.
Question, and when he found out you were fooling him, he got pissed, didn't he?
Answer, yes.
Question, and so what he did was, man, you were cheating, right?
Answer, right.
Question, listen, you were cheating, weren't you? You went on the up and up with him, were you?
Answer, that's not in cheating in the game.
Question, that's not cheating in the game?
Answer, you can do that in 3 dice. In Solo, I mean, you could do it like that.
Question, well, you're all friends, man. Why couldn't you just play a straight up game with him? Why?
Answer, it was a straight up game. You could do that in the game. It's no rule that says you can't do that.
Question, I understand that. I get that. I'm not saying you don't do that. This is what I'm saying though. You all were boys and you were fooling your boy. You were fooling your boy when he was not fooling you. I'm just trying to find out, what is it about you that you felt that you kind of had to fool your boy? This guy, you've been knowing him 10 years, man. That's what was behind this whole thing. How could you do that?
Answer, it was just gambling.
Go to 103. 1033. Question. Okay. Have you ever apologized to Solo's family?
Answer, no.
Question. Do you feel as though you should?
Answer, yes.
Question. Why?
Answer, because what I did was wrong.
Go to page 1046, please. Question, right? So if you put down 100 and you covered it up with a 5, if Solo looks at this, he thinks he's obligated to pay you out $5, right?
Answer, if he looked at it like that until he spread the money out, he's got pay what's down.
Question, I understand, but what you said was you covered up the 100. That's what you said with a 1, right?
Answer, uh-huh.
Question, so when you look at it, it's like, oh, I only have to pay a 1, right? Because you got the 100 covered up, right?
Answer, but it could have been more than just $100 bill under that dollar.
Oh, question, okay. How much did you have underneath that?
Answer, I'm not quite sure. I just can't say right then and there I had $100 bill down.
Question, you know you had $100 bill down.
Answer, not when that was going on, when we was arguing.
Question, how much did you have down?
Answer, I didn't have nothing down.
Question, I thought you just said you all were gambling.
Answer, we were gambling.
Question, you didn't have no money down on the ground?
Answer, not when we were arguing, no.
Question, when did you pick it up?
Answer, right before the shooting. Question,
is that why he said you were cheating?
Answer, no.
Question, okay. But to make sure I understand and we understand, whatever is down on the ground is what Solo is obligated to pay.
Answer, right.
Question, okay. And if Solo think there's only $5 down on the ground, but really up under the 5, there's $100 that you have covered up. If Solo loses, he has to pay out $105, right?
Answer, right.
Question, when he thought initially he was only betting $5, that's possible, right?
Answer, right.
Question, and you know that's why he said you were cheating, right?
Answer, I guess that's what it was, Mr. Rucker.
No.
Okay, all
No.
right. Oh, sorry. I think I went too far. I guess the answer is, I guess that's what it was.
Thank you, Judge. We're done reading the transcript.
Okay.
A brief second, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Detective DeMeester?
Are you gonna use that? Or you want me to grab it?
The transcript.
You're not gonna use it.
I'm gonna take all of this away.
Okay.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I'm going to go ahead and start with just a continuation of what we've been doing. I'm going to show you what's been marked just for identification as defense 1.
And defense 1 is an excerpt from states, I think it was 191.
Yes, sure. Just trying to streamline.
No, I appreciate that. Do you want defense 1 to be entered into the record, or it's just, it's an aid for you referring to it?
It doesn't need to be entered since it's part of 191.
Okay.
Thank you. Question, top of page 977.
Can you give a line number?
1.
All right, that's the top.
Perfect. Question, why do you cover your bet with a smaller bill?
Answer, that's just something we just do. It ain't really no purpose for it. It's just something we do.
Question, okay, did you and Solo get to arguing about that?
Answer, yes.
Question, and what was the argument about?
Answer, he kept saying I was cheating because he couldn't see what was under the other money.
Question, and so that's what the argument was about, the fact that you were covering the hundreds?
Answer, yes.
Question, at some point, did he accuse you of cheating?
Answer, yes.
Question, and what did you do or say at that time?
Answer, I said, F the gamble.
Question, did you do anything?
Answer, yes, I turned my back to count my money, my winnings, to count my winnings and separate the money that I had started with.
Question, show what you did, and then jump down to line 22.
Answer, I was like this, indicating with the money, and I separated my winnings from my money, and I had started with.
Question, let me ask you to back up just a little. Did you have a gun that night?
Answer, yes.
Question, and do you know whether or not it's the gun that we have seen in court?
Answer, yes.
Question, now you turned around and you were counting your winnings. What happens then?
Answer, I hear shots and I feel that I'm getting shot at. I feel the first few shots I hear say, oh, you shot me. By that time, I'm turning towards where the shots were coming from, and Solo like this, indicating shooting me.
Question, now you say you turned around, you turned towards where the shots were coming from. Just position me to where the shots were coming from.
Answer, this is my right here, indicating the shots were coming from that way, indicating when I turned back like this from there, Solo was there. He was back at me like that, indicating.
Question, did you get hit by a shot?
Answer, yes.
Question, do you remember where the first place you got hit?
Answer, yes.
Question, make sure you speak loud. Where did you get hit the first shot?
Answer, my butt and my thigh.
Question, do you remember how many times you got hit?
Answer, maybe 2 or 3 times.
Question, now, did you fire your pistol before you got shot?
Answer, no.
Question, so it was after you got shot that you fired your pistol?
Answer, yes.
Dropping down to line 8. What did you do after you fired your gun?
What line was that? Okay. Okay. Answer, after I fired my gun, I ran back this way towards my car.
Question, and on this board right here, so you ran this way indicating.
Answer, yes.
Question, up the sidewalk right here?
Answer, yes.
Question, from your memory, do you know whether or not you ever made it to your car?
Answer, no.
Question, do you remember seeing a wall out there?
Answer, a wall, question mark.
Question, near your car?
Answer, no.
Question, do you know what happened to your gun that night?
Answer, no.
Question, do you know what happened to your clothes?
Answer, no.
Question, there is an interview. Did Detective Dexter come see you at the hospital?
Answer, yes.
Question, you heard him testify about an interview with you?
Answer, yes.
Question, do you recall that interview?
Answer, no.
That concludes that portion.
Okay, so now you don't have to say question before you ask your question, and answers that Detective Dexter gives will be his actual sworn testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You were the lead detective in this particular homicide, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you had 21 years experience in law enforcement?
2014, I had 13 years. I was hired in 2001, so 13 years.
And you had worked homicides before this one?
Correct.
And as the lead detective, it's your job to lead the investigation.
Correct.
And that means getting CID on the scene.
Well, I was off duty at the time, so I would imagine they were all requested before. And if I recall correctly, they were all on scene before I arrived.
So you were off duty, but when you got this homicide call, it was very important that you get to the scene quickly.
As quick as I could, yes.
Because you don't get another chance at evaluating a crime scene, right?
As it is, no, ma'am.
So it was important, even though you were off duty, that you got the call to come there as quickly as you could.
Yes.
And so it's really your call what gets photographed, for instance.
No, we work in concert with our crime scene technicians. They more often than not have more training than us, but we work together. Even other detectives and even officers on scene find stuff that may be of relevance. We all try to work together.
And you're the point person for getting the photographs, keeping them all together.
I don't take the photographs, but I do obtain them once they're processed. Yes.
And it's your call what samples to send to the GBI.
Yes.
And what swabs to send to the GBI.
Yes.
And your call to swab Mr. Beard.
Yes.
And your call to send any fingerprints to the GBI.
Yes.
And it's your job in concert with others to get witness statements.
Yes.
And you're trained on how important it is to be prompt in your response.
Yes.
And to be thorough.
Yes.
Because evidence could get gone.
Yes.
And memories fade.
Yes.
So in this particular case, you took some statements. At the hospital, you spoke with Mr. Jeffries, right?
Yes.
So that would have been on June 3rd of 2014.
Yes.
And you spoke with Mr. Beard a few days, I believe it was June 6th, 2014.
Yes, I believe that was the day. Yes.
So within a few days of the incident.
Correct. Yes.
And you spoke with Mr. Martin briefly at the hospital on the night of June 3rd.
The morning of June 3rd. Yes.
And then you spoke with him again on June 7th.
Yes, I believe that was the day.
So just a few days after the incident.
Yes.
And you also spoke with Kiki a few days after the incident.
Yes.
And Car Wash a few days after.
Yes.
And St. Louis within a few days.
Yes.
And True within a few days.
Yes.
And then
I don't think I spoke with True. I believe Detective Thorpe did.
He was interviewed with.
Yes, he was, yes.
And you didn't speak with Bibi until June 18th of 2014.
Yes, I believe we spoke over the phone, but an actual like in-person, face-to-face, correct, wasn't until June 18th.
And that's 15 days after.
Yes,
And even though you write in your report that you got her information that morning at the hospital.
I got her. I had her nickname and I believe possibly her phone number that morning. Yes,
You had her nickname and a phone number.
correct.
That was the morning of June 3rd.
Yes,
And as a detective, you are also trained to write reports.
yes,
And you did so in this case.
yes,
And you know people rely on your reports.
yes,
The DA's office
yes,
and defense attorneys,
yes,
and you rely on it as well.
yes.
And so you've been trained on what to include in a report
Yeah,
and including details of what happened.
correct.
And you summarize witness statements.
Yes, we summarize them as best we can. Yes,
So the person reading the report will have a general idea of what the witnesses say without having to listen to the interview themselves.
that is what we try to do. Yes,
Because usually they would have that report before they might have the actual audio recording.
sometimes. Yes,
And you document who else is involved in the investigation, like you mentioned,
yes,
and what steps you've taken during the investigation,
yes,
and what evidence is collected,
yes,
and what you do with each piece of evidence.
yes,
And again, it's important to be thorough
yes, ma'am.
and accurate
Yes, to the best of our ability. Yes,
and truthful,
yes, ma'am.
because you could be called to testify about a case 7 or 8 years later.
Correct.
So in the, you've reviewed your report in preparation for court, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So early in the investigation is when you noticed that there was a camera, looked like a surveillance camera on the top southeast corner of a building facing Auburn Avenue.
Correct.
And you also noticed another camera on a pole on the northwest corner of Auburn Avenue at Bell Street.
Yeah, I don't recall what direction it was, but yes, I did notice another camera. Yes.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your report?
Sure. Yes, northwest corner. Yes, ma'am.
And that second camera you said was a City of Atlanta VIC camera, VIC. Can you tell the jury what that means?
Yeah, so it's the Video Integration Center. It's gotten quite advanced over the years, and that the streetcar was just being built in that area. So they were installing City of Atlanta video integration cameras on the streetcar route. So there was a VIC camera that was on that corner, but I was told that it was non-operational at the time.
And the surveillance camera on the pole, did you follow up to see?
The building?
Yes.
Yes, I was told that camera was also non-operational.
In your report, you didn't document your follow-up or who told you they weren't operational or who you talked to, right?
No, we've got a phone number to the VIC or Video Integration Center. So whenever we have an incident, we call and inquire about cameras, if they're operational or not, or license plate reading cameras, if they're operational or not.
You followed up with the person who purchased the .357 Magnum revolver back in 1976, right?
Yes.
And you followed up with the person who had purchased the Glock firearm also.
Yes, correct.
And he purchased that back in 1998.
Yes, the Glock 2740 caliber was purchased back in 1998.
So those two things you documented, but you did not document how, when, or who confirmed to you that these two cameras were not operational?
I did not know.
But this is what you remember from 7 or 8 years ago.
Correct, yes.
Let's talk about your interview with Bibi back on 15 days after this incident.
Yes.
You called Bibi to arrange this interview, right?
Yes.
She did not contact you,
No, I don't believe she contacted me.
but she told you she was at the hospital the morning of this incident.
I don't recall if she said that or not.
But luckily you audio recorded her statement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she confirmed to you that she was at the place, the incident location, right?
Yes.
So she was at the incident location and she confirmed to you that Solo was her boyfriend at the time.
I don't know if she specifically said boyfriend, but I believe she did allude to that they were seeing each other.
Just 1 second. And you documented in your police report that you interviewed Bibi, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And she told you that she was on the phone waiting on him.
I recall her saying, I believe she attempted to reach out to him or send him a text message.
And she told you that Solo had a black gun.
Yes.
And she confirmed to you that they had been drinking
Yes.
and that she heard arguing
Yes.
and that Deck was to the right side of Solo.
I don't recall if she gave specifics on who was standing where.
Is that her? Would it refresh your recollection of where she said people were positioned to take a look at your, a transcript of that interview?
Yes, it would. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
So she told you at that time that Deck was on Solo's right side,
She said if she wasn't mistaken, she believes he was on his right side. Yes.
not behind him.
Yes.
And you asked her more than one time in different ways to tell you who else might have been out there, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And she gives you the name Kajana?
I think that's, I vaguely remember that. Yes.
You were not able to identify that person to interview them, right?
I don't believe so. No.
But she identifies Kijana as being on scene at the time this happened.
I believe so. Yes.
And you ask her again to tell you who else might have been out there, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And she never tells you the name Manny, does she?
Not that I recall. No.
She never tells you that Manny was a part of the 7 people that were around Solo when he was shot.
Not that I remember. No.
Let's talk about Kiki. You interviewed Kiki as well?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that he was located on Auburn Avenue
I believe yes. When we contacted him on Auburn Avenue. Yes.
and agreed to come to the homicide office
If my memory serves me correct. Yes.
and agreed to give a statement.
Yes.
When you saw him that day, he was handcuffed, wasn't he?
I honestly, I don't remember.
Would it refresh your recollection about whether Kiki was handcuffed? Take a look at the statement.
Yes, it would. Yes.
Yes, it refreshed, or yes?
Yes, it refreshed my memory.
And
Oh, yes, per that, he was handcuffed.
And he arrived escorted by police officers, right?
Yes, yeah, there, like I said in my direct previous testimony, there were several, I remember Detective Dennis, who's now retired, was very familiar with that area and very familiar with individuals whose names came up as to have possibly been in the area at the time. So he assisted me greatly in identifying, because all I had was government or nicknames. And like I said, previously I wasn't familiar with the area. So he helped me out greatly. And I believe, if I remember correctly, he's the one that found Kiki and brought him to headquarters.
So you weren't involved with picking up Kiki off Auburn Avenue?
I don't believe so. No, ma'am.
So you don't know what led up to them handcuffing him to bring him in?
No, ma'am.
Because he was not arrested?
Not that I remember. No, ma'am.
And he arrived in, I guess, APD car of some sort?
I'm not sure if he came in, a lot of our detectives drive around in Tauruses. So I'm not sure if you transported in a Taurus or patrol car.
And he said to you, "Take these cuffs off me, man."
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. He hasn't testified. Here's.
I can move on to the next question.
okay, let's not do direct quotes.
Sure. But you told him to chill out, right?
Yes.
And after the interview, someone had to drive him back to Auburn Avenue, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And you wrote in your report that Kiki said he witnessed and overheard Deccan.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's not a quote. It's what is in his report. I won't have another opportunity.
In other words, you're asking Detective DeMeester what he put in his report.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's what's hearsay. That's just saying what Kiki said.
How is it that Ms. Feely has an opportunity to explore with this witness what he put in his report without referring to what's in the report? It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, as I understand it, so much as, did you put this in your report?
Okay.
I'll allow it. Can you repeat your question?
Yes. In your report, you wrote that Kiki stated he witnessed and overheard Deccan Solo in a verbal argument.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that is what he told you, and that's why you put it in the report.
Yes. That was my summary of his statement.
Your
Yes.
summary. Your summary. Thank you.
Yes.
Now let's talk about Benny Martin. You spoke with him at the hospital, right?
Attempted to. Yes.
At that morning?
Yes.
And you noted in your report that you spoke with him at the hospital, or attempted to?
Yes.
And because, as you mentioned, he was not really in a position to be interviewed, you interviewed him a few days later?
Correct.
And at that time, he told you he didn't see anyone with a gun?
When I spoke with him on June 7th.
Yes.
No, that's not what I recall.
Let's see. And he told you he doesn't know what happened, right?
I don't recall, no. I remember him giving more specific details than that.
And he told you someone named Botch was out there?
I'm sorry?
He told you somebody named, or who goes by Botch was out there?
Botch?
Yes.
I don't recall that.
And he told you Keon was out there?
I don't recall. There's several nicknames and street names that were brought up in several of the conversations and several tips that came in. So it's possible.
And he also mentioned Keyman as being out there?
It's a possibility, yes.
And in that second statement, he also told you he heard Solo say, "How the F y'all gonna take my money," right?
I remember him talking about their argument. I don't remember if any specifics he gave, but it's a possibility, yes.
And you, Mr. Martin was another person that you told about the camera probably has you on video, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about your interview with Mr. Jeffries. You interviewed Mr. Jeffries.
Yes.
And you documented that in your report.
Yes.
You were able to interview him at the hospital.
Yes.
And Mr. Jeffries mentions Botch was with Solo.
I don't remember that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the Grady statement?
Yes. Yeah, as a transcript, I don't know who Botch is, and I don't recall that name coming up.
You're the one questioning Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So when you said was Botch and Solo with the group of people that were arguing, was Botch and Solo with the people? Botch was obviously a name that you had came across in the course of the investigation. Fair?
Yes, but I do not recall that name.
And Mr. Jeffries told you he heard Solo arguing.
Yes.
And he told you he's so loud and arrogant, I could hear him over everyone.
I remember him specifically saying that he heard Solo's voice argue. Yes.
Let's talk about your interview with Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
You documented in your report that you interviewed Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
And you wrote in your report that you believe that he told you he believed Dexter Beard shot Solo and Solo shot back, right?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
But actually, in the 25-page transcript of the statement, he never told you that.
That may be right. I don't recall exactly what he said in his statement. He was interviewed at the hospital by Detective Otts that morning, and then I re-interviewed him on, I believe, June 6th. So I'm not sure if you're referring to the hospital interview with Detective Otts or when I spoke with him.
But you wrote in your report, Lee Bailey told you he believed Dexter Beard shot Solo.
I don't remember. Yeah, I wrote that, but I don't recall where he said that.
Because actually, he told you that he could not recall who shot first.
Yes, I recall him telling me that, yes.
Okay. But that's not what you wrote in your report.
Apparently not.
And he told you that he never seen none of that, right?
Yeah, I don't recall him saying anything about who shot who, just who possessed a particular firearm and who he heard arguing that night.
And he told you he never seen neither with a gun, right?
Not now. I recall him specifically talking about a particular individual possessing a particular type of firearm.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at Mr. Bailey's statement?
Yes. I'm just not sure which interview this was. Yeah, like my memory calls, I remember him specifically describing seeing a particular individual in possession of a particular firearm.
So you do not remember him saying, I didn't see either one of them.
No, I do recall him saying that. Yeah.
You recall him saying, I never seen neither one with a gun.
No, I recall him specifically saying, can I say which individual?
She's asking you what he said. You can
Deck,
say what he said.
yeah, that he specifically seen Deck in possession of a silver revolver before.
But in this transcript, he told you, I never seen neither one with a gun.
It was the middle of the page that yes, he did say it.
And he told you he can't identify who shot first or what kind of gun or who fired a weapon.
Correct. Yeah, from what I recall him telling me, he saw Deck in possession of a silver revolver in the past, not on June 3rd, but on June 3rd, all he recalled was seeing and hearing Deck and Solo arguing.
But he cannot ID who shot first.
That is what I remember him saying. Correct.
Or what kind of gun.
May have been used.
Right.
Correct.
Or who fired a weapon.
Correct.
And he told you, I did not see who drew first or who shot first a second time.
Yes, I recall him not specifying who may have possessed any firearm or discharged any firearm that morning.
And he told you that the last thing he heard Dex say was, it ain't that serious.
I don't recall him giving any specifics of who said what. I recall him saying that he witnessed and overheard Deck and Solo arguing.
Would it refresh your recollection about what he told you he heard? To look at this transcript.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Well, Mr. Martin told you, the last thing I heard was Dex saying, it ain't that serious.
Yes, that's what he said.
Now, Mr. Bailey testified earlier in this proceeding that a law enforcement officer told them, if they both die, we're going to charge you. That would have been you saying that, right?
No, not that I recall, no.
So you testified already that you told Car Wash something not completely true about what the cameras show, right?
At that time, I don't believe we knew for a fact that the cameras had not recorded, were operational.
But you didn't know for a fact that it showed Car Wash either.
Correct.
And it's well established that you can tell people that they are on a video, right?
Yeah, it's an investigative tool that we use if there's surveillance cameras, and if they were there, we let them know. If they weren't there, we would expect them to tell us the truth. If they were there, we would hope they would tell us the truth.
And that's to get them to give you information.
Correct. To be as truthful and honest as they can. Yes.
By being dishonest with them.
I'm just misleading, or at that point, I didn't know if we had video. So I was giving him the opportunity that if he was in fact there, because I was exploring the possibility that he may have removed the firearm from the crime scene. So I wanted to make sure that he understood that there was cameras in the area, and that if he did get the firearm from somewhere else besides underneath the dumpster behind BQE restaurant, that, he needs to tell me the truth.
And you tell this to people about DNA, right? You'll say, your DNA is at the crime scene. Better tell us what
Or it
happened.
could be at the crime scene, or your fingerprints could be at the crime scene. Yes.
Even when it's not true.
Most of the time, we don't know the answer to that. Yes.
And you'll do the same thing about your fingerprints were found at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
You get information from people,
Yes, ma'am.
even when it's not true.
Most often, we don't know the answer to that yet.
And you will also tell people that somebody's told you they were involved, or that somebody snitched on you and they were involved, even if that's not true.
Yes.
Now, you took a statement from Mr. Beard when he was in the hospital, right?
Yes.
And we heard that.
Yes.
And you could hear the life, I guess, prolonging or life allowing him to continue living, machines beeping in the background, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not have Mr. Beard draw that sketch that we saw, right?
No, I drew it.
Because it'd be unreasonable to give a man in the ICU like a craft project to do, right?
He was in a hospital bed. I remember, he's moving his arms around, so he could have.
But you elected not to make this person in the ICU take a sketchbook and a pen or pencil and draw for you. You did it instead.
Yes, correct.
But you still took a statement from him
Yes.
to use against him in court.
At that point, I was still investigating. I didn't know what exactly, if any, involvement he had in Solo's death or any of the other individuals receiving gunshot wounds.
But you took a statement from him in ICU on June 6, 2014.
Yes.
To use against him after you charged him with murder.
So you've asked the question and he's answered that at the time he wasn't a suspect.
I can have just a second. Besides Car Wash and Mr. Martin, was there anybody else you lied to get information from?
Objection, mischaracterization of what Detective Demeester said.
It's argumentative, but I think Detective Demeester understands the thrust of your question. If you understand it, you may not appreciate the framing of it, if you don't mind answering it.
Now, at the time that I interviewed them, I didn't know if there was video, same situations with DNA and fingerprints. I knew there to be a camera. I wasn't at that time, didn't know if they were operational or recorded anything. Trust me, I wish we had video. In every case, I was just hoping that if in fact there was more to what he was telling me, the knowledge or the thought that there was a surveillance camera may help them in telling the truth.
So the crime scene person who collected evidence collected 3 swabbings of blood from the scene?
From the scene, I don't recall the scene. Refer to my notes.
Have the page you may be looking for. It might be quicker, but let me to refresh your memory with this one.
I'm not s- Yes. Yes, I do. And I have it in my crime scene legend.
So Officer Ma collected 3 swabbings of reddish stain on scene. Was that sent to the GBI?
Per his report, it was, yes.
And what were the results of those?
I do not know.
So per your notes, they were sent to the GBI.
Per crime scene technician Ma's notes, he submitted them to the GBI.
Does the crime scene technician send things to the GBI, or do you, the lead detective, send things to the GBI?
It varies. I believe I took custody of all the ballistics evidence, but he took custody of all the cigarette butts and bottles and other items that were collected, the bloody clothing. So it depends.
So crime scene technician Ma also collected 3 swabbings of reddish stain on scene, and that will also be sent to our GBI crime lab.
That's what his report says, yes.
And he's testified at this trial that he merely collects evidence. He does not send things to GBI. Would that surprise you?
Well, I'm not sure if so usually what ends happening, we obviously have several crimes that occur every day. They have, and I don't know if it still operates the same way, but they have an evidence locker in their crime scene office, which is in a different building than us. And periodically throughout the week, whoever does it, whichever crime scene technician takes all that evidence down to the GBI, which usually is several cases or incidents that have occurred throughout the week. So I'm not sure if he physically took it or he put it in the evidence locker and whichever crime scene technician took it down to the GBI at some point.
Do you, as the lead detective, have the results of the testing on those 3 swabs?
Not with me, no, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless your redirect is like 1 minute, we're gonna pause because it's time for you to eat and for me to take a plea in a different case. You now have you only have 1 lunch under your belt. So I was gonna say, now that you're veterans, could we be back at like 1:15? But why don't we just say be back at 1:20? Try to be back at 1:20. If you're still digesting, tell Gordon not time to come out to court. But let's try to be back in the jury room by 1:20. Please don't talk about the case during your lunch break. No outside research. When we get back, we'll do redirect of Detective DeMeester, and we will get to you all if you have any questions for him as well. Thank you for your time and attention. Is Mr. Horton here? Good. You can stay back there. Just want to make sure you're here. All right, you all can be seated. Deputy Gordon, I know we have Mr. Imam up here. Is Mr. Jeffries still sitting up here too? Do we need to keep Mr. Jeffries up here? We can, but if we don't, they just soon get him downstairs.
No, if we could have a brief, I can have a brief power with.
Just figure out over the lunch break.
Yes.
Whether we need to keep Mr. Jeffries up here. You will need to get to Mr. Imam today.
Yes.
So hopefully he's next, or at least he will be testifying before the day is done.
If he is testifying, Judge, he'll be testifying before the day is done.
Great. Okay. That's up to you. Anything else from the state?
No, Judge.
Okay, you'll be ready for your redirect of Detective DeMeester.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Feely, anything from the defense?
No.
All right, let's be back around 1:15-ish. So we're ready to go for the jury. We're going to take about a 5-minute break just to let people transition. And then we are going to take the plea, as I understand, in Mr. Horton's case. And I think Ms. Primovic, you've signed up for that.
Yes, sir.
And do we have I think I saw Mr. Jordan here. Great. So Ms. Rivers and I will be back out here in about 5 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah.
This is gonna be my lunch right here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Make those big bursts much smaller. Supposed to start soon. I felt so bad calling all these job people. I'm like,
That way?
yeah, but I mean, it's supposed to storm between like 1 and 3. They're getting here at 1.
Man.
Yeah.
Just to go with the black. I don't know. That's all.
Oh no, I said.
I was trying to use
So she.
Pure sugar.
I did. I did. You just in case. Yeah. Yeah. Is this it? Anybody else? Yeah, that's it. So I don't expect anybody else. No. I'm just gonna go ahead and. Okay, I'm leaving this here. This here.
So it's,
This- I'm gonna go put this over here. Even though I know it's not coming back to the jury, but it's still evidence.
Turn right back.
Now, do you go over to Jenny? Like, I know, but I could have sworn Shanae was talking to Jenny. I know she goes around me. Yeah. Like, I know that. All right, I'm just making sure. Do you mind? Marty, you can do it.
hey, do you, Lee?
Yeah, that's not so. Yeah. See that one right there? Okay.
Did y'all see my email about the
Did you need it?
Yeah.
Shanae has a sign on. The judge sent it to her.
Oh, yeah, I need
Thank you.
She wants me to file it.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be filed. All right, this is all I'm taking. I need that. I don't know which one. Not just. Do you need, Miss Julie? Jordan.
Either one.
Okay, I was gonna either one. All right, Julie, I knew it. Do you need this? You want me to?
No.
And if you do, you can just move my stuff.
I'll just get it. I'm trying not to touch it. Sure.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Sit right here, Jordan.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm in the middle of trial,
As I see, I've been watching this stuff.
but I'm glad we are handling Mr. Horton's business.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rivers. How are you?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Swear you in that you're on your rights with you for something I understand.
All right, we've got pretrial on the call, so I think we're ready to go. Ms. Rivers, if you're ready to pivot from Beard. All right, let's go on the record. This is 22 SC 182131, State versus Nicholas Horton. Let me take the witness off spotlight. There we go. Okay. Mr. Horton is here in court with Ms. Primovic. Mr. Horton had been working more closely with Ms. Wood, but Ms. Primovic has agreed to cover the plea for Ms. Wood. So Mr. Horton is represented. We've got Mr. Jordan from the district attorney's office, and we're ready to go forward. Mr. Horton, I'm Judge McBurney, and my understanding is you're prepared to go forward with a plea in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for that to happen, you'll need to be put under oath, which Mr. Jordan will do in just a moment. Once you're under oath, please make sure you answer all questions truthfully and completely, and make sure that if you've got any questions, you let Ms. Primovic or me know what they are so we can do our best to answer them. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like a plan. When you're ready, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Horton, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the court in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may place your hand down. Can you please state your true, correct, and legal name for the court?
Nicholas Allen Horton.
Thank you. And if you can, speaking to the mic, are you able to hear me?
Nicholas Allen Horton.
Thank you.
That's better. Thank you.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No,
Is there a medication that you normally take that you have not been given to?
no.
How old are you and how far have you gone to school?
I'm 29. I did college like that. Just
You did some college?
yeah.
Are you still in college, or you did college before?
No, I dropped out of college.
Okay.
Are you able to read, write, and understand English?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have been charged with the following offenses, even though this is not what you're pleading to? That would be 2 counts of aggravated assault.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? If you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will receive a jury trial.
Yes, sir.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer, Ms. Primovic, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes, sir.
Do you need any more time to discuss the case with the attorney?
No, sir.
Are you satisfied with those services?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Primble, do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
So wait.
Do you also waive any and all defects in the indictment, including any with respect to Mr. Horton's matter?
Yes, sir, we do.
Mr. Horton, do you recall having been arrested on these charges?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges. Ms. Primble, do you know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
We do not, sir.
And Mr. Horton, has your attorney advised you the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you're pleading to? And I apologize, Your Honor, this is going to be a misdemeanor reduction. Both counts will be reduced from aggravated assault to simple assault. And the minimum for both of those misdemeanors is 1 day, and the maximum is 12 months in custody. Did your attorney advise that to you, Mr. Horton?
Yes, sir.
Understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence. Your Honor, as previously stated, the state would recommend to reduce counts 1 and 2 from aggravated assault to simple assault. The recommendation for count 1 being 12 months probation. The only special conditions of probation would be that Mr. Horton attend an improved anger management course and provide completion of that anger management course through probation. And also that he have no violent or harassing contact with the victim. Your Honor, it appears that there may have been an error with the name of the victim.
It's not Travis Austin?
No, Your Honor, we spoke to the victim and he actually, I'm going to have to spell his name for the record. It is Imaji, I believe that's how it's pronounced. Emajji, and the last name is Utsey, Utsey. I believe that the officer just looked at his driver's license very quickly, and his driver's license was in Texas with Travis County, so I believe he just listed him as Travis Austin.
So Mr. Utsey, Utsey, that's the victim in this case. And Ms. Primovic, you're waiving any defect in the indictment that basically charges Mr. Horton with assaulting the driver's license of, or the location of Mr. Utsey.
Right. Ms. Wood has made me aware of that and talked with him about that.
Okay. Helpful for me to know as well, so I don't say stay away from Travis County in Texas.
And Your Honor, those were the only 2 special conditions of probation for count 1. For count 2, the state's recommendation is 12 months probation to run consecutive to count 1. Was that the negotiated recommendation that was communicated to you, Mr. Horton?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes, sir.
You understand that the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those sentences consecutively or one after the other?
One after another, 12 months.
So I am being asked to run
Yes,
them
sir.
consecutively. Already, as I understand the recommendation, is 24 months probation. But what Mr. Jordan is helping you understand is that this is a recommendation to me. I'm not bound by it. I'm free to sentence you anywhere I want in the range you face, which is a minimum of 1 day up to 24 months. And those could be jail, it could be probation, it could be suspended. The recommendation from both sides is 24 months probation. And I'll likely follow that, but I won't know until I learn a little bit more about you in this situation. So Mr. Jordan's just making sure you understand that even though it's being recommended 24 months probation, I could decide, you know what? Actually, I think it needs to start with 6 months of jail, then we'll do some probation. I'm making those numbers up, but you need to understand that ultimately it's my decision as to what the appropriate sentence is. Do you feel like you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you currently on probation or parole?
No.
Do you understand that since you're being placed on probation, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any government's unit or any of the special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you weighed any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by answering the plea of guilty?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify or to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you were giving up the following rights, which I will on this time? The right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses called to testify against you, the right to the assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel to have a court attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond reasonable doubt, and finally, the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to answer a plea guilty today?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
How do I answer? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Horton, how do you plead to the charges of, or the two charges rather, of simple assault and indictment number 22 SC 18213?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you have a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, sir.
You understand that since these are misdemeanor charges that you are entering a plea to, you have only 12 months from today to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, would you allow Mr. Horton to withdraw his plea today?
We're on a trial calendar, so we're past that point.
Understood. And Ms. Pernovic, have you communicated to Mr. Horton his deadlines for filing a direct appeal?
So you're gonna stop here because we're on the trial. Okay, what if we don't? Motion. Okay. Thank you for the time.
And Ms. Pernovic, have you communicated to Mr. Horton his deadlines for filing a direct appeal?
I have.
Your Honor, for a factual basis for this plea, on November 14th of 2020, officers from the Atlanta Police Department were dispatched to a dispute involving a taser. Upon arrival, officers directed their attention to the field where the defendant, Mr. Horton, was seen attempting to use a taser offensively on the victim. The defendant was later identified as Mr. Nicholas Horton, and the police report indicates that the victim was Travis Austin, but we have previously talked about how that was an error. There was a witness that was interviewed that explained that Mr. Horton had attempted to break a window on the vehicle of Miss London Hatton, and that's London, last name Hatton, Hatten, whom is Mr. Utse's sister. They stated that Mr. Utse came outside and attempted to get Mr. Horton to leave. The witness explained that at that point that Mr. Horton got into his vehicle and attempted to run Mr. Utse over with it. While doing so, Mr. Horton went off the road, blew out a tire. Mr. Horton then exited his vehicle and attempted to tase Mr. Utse until the officers arrived. Ms. Hatton also witnessed the events and confirmed the account given by the other witness. She spoke to the officers and noted that there was no damage to their vehicle, even though one of the other witnesses said that they saw Mr. Horton attempt to damage their vehicle. Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to watch the body worn camera for this case. I didn't get to see the vehicle that they said that had a blown out tire that belonged to Mr. Horton. I did see pretty much immediately upon the start of the body cam that the officers did witness the incident with the taser, which almost looked like a cell phone that Mr. Horton was attempting to use on Mr. Utse. They did contain in the body cam that there was an allegation about a sexually transmitted disease that may have led to the altercation. The state spoke with Mr. Utse after years of attempting to contact the wrong person, Mr. Travis Austin. We did speak with Mr. Utse. He said he never had any previous incidents with Mr. Horton, hasn't had any incidents with Mr. Horton since then. He was very much in favor of a misdemeanor reduction in this case. He actually also does want contact with Mr. Horton in the future. So he, once we communicated to him that we were going to reduce it from a felony to a misdemeanor, he was very much in favor of that.
Okay. So by taser, this would be sounds like more of a personal security device than a taser that Deputy Gordon's carrying around that actually looks like a big old handgun and fires these. It sounds like it's the kind of thing where you have to touch someone with it.
I believe so, Your Honor. It almost, if you remember the older iPhones, the ones that were kind of like really, really large, it almost resembled like that.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Ms. Mann, thank you for joining us. Can you share with me criminal history information you have for Mr. Horton?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. There are 12 prior arrests, including the arrest that he is here before you on today. So there are 11 cycles, 1 for Mississippi, 1 for Iowa. The last arrest that is in the state of Georgia. The last one that's in the state of Georgia would be there is an FTA, Your Honor. It is a misdemeanor case, but just to tell you that there is one FTA from Cobb County State Court that was in 8/30/2019. There is a 1/28/2018 violation, family violence order that was convicted on 9/27/2019. There is a 1/25/2018 probation violation from Norcross Municipal Court, Your Honor. There is
Everything else you've got is older than 2018?
yes, Your Honor, it is. It goes up.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You bet. And Ms. Tucson, you're welcome to stay on, but Mr. Horton is pleading to misdemeanor, so you're also welcome to enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, all righty. Well, you guys too.
Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
Ms. Primovic.
Your Honor, Mr. Horton is eager to take responsibilities for his actions. And in this situation, Your Honor, this is a relationship that's been going on for a while and is continuing. He understands this is not exactly appropriate. He has spent 63 days in jail from 11/14/2020 to 1/15/2021. He's ready to get to do these anger management classes and to get things squared away in his life.
Okay. How do you pronounce the gentleman's last name?
Yuski.
I need you to take your mask off or.
Yuski.
Yuski.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we spell it?
It's UTSEY.
Okay. And are the two of you still in a relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd like to maintain that relationship?
Yes. How do I present that? You know, like he gave me something that's probably at the obligation.
Well, he already said it.
But we like, yeah. I know how to.
But he just wants to know if you're going to continue.
Yes, we are going to. Yes, we are going to continue a relationship.
Okay. Ms. Nelson, we never entered the bench warrant, so there's nothing we need to lift in Mr. Horton's case. All right. Mr. Horton, do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm self-employed.
What do you do?
I cut hair.
I cut hair.
Ah, got it. Do you have your own shop or salon, or you have a booth?
I freelance.
You freelance. So you go to people, or you have a booth somewhere?
I'm a mobile barber, yes.
Mobile barber. All right. How long have you done that?
About 3 years now. Well, when? 4 years.
Okay. And Mr. Utsi, what does he do?
He works.
Okay. And what is it he does when he's working?
I mean, he's a bartender.
A bartender. Where is he a bartender? Is he a mobile bartender? No, he works in one place.
Yeah, he works. I don't forget where he just started his new job somewhere. I forget what the name is, but he just started literally like this week.
Okay. Before he was at the new place, where was he working?
He was working at Midtown Moon.
Midtown Moon?
Yeah, it's a gay bar, but they just closed it down, so he had to find a new.
Is it the one at Ansley, behind Ansley Mall?
It was in, yeah, but they just closed it down, so they had to, yeah.
Okay.
So he just got back into like getting a new job. Like,
Okay. Hence the new position that you'll learn about. All right. Do you guys live in the same place, or you have separate residences?
We live together.
Okay. I'm not prying a lot. I just need to make sure I'm handling this case the right way. Because whatever happened, admittedly, 2 years and 2 months ago, which is one reason why I think misdemeanors make sense, was serious enough. The police got called, and it could have gotten a little messy. But the state has done its due diligence, and once they learned they weren't looking for Travis Austin, but looking for Mr. Utsi, he has confirmed what you're saying, which is to me the most important part, which is he's not interested in a stay away or a no contact or anything like that. It's just very different if you guys just happen to know each other and you see each other once a month versus you live together. All right. I find there's a factual basis for your plea. And I also find that your plea is knowing and voluntary. Voluntary means no one's forcing you to enter this plea, but you've decided it's the right way forward for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And a knowing plea is just one where the defendant understands everything he's been told in the course of the plea conversation. Any questions about anything anyone has said?
Am I gonna still be able to like have contact with him? Because I mean, we do live together. Like they were saying, no contact.
So you're going to find out in just a minute. The answer is yes. And what Mr. Jordan said was no violent or harassing contact. It wasn't no contact, which is why I was asking this. Well, wait a minute. Do you even know this guy? Do you spend time with him? Because if he's sort of a stranger on stranger, I was going to say no contact. Just if you ever bumped into him again, or it was, hey, we were on the same tennis team once. All right, well, don't be on a tennis team anymore.
Relationship.
This is someone significant in your life. So yes, you can have contact with them. All right. I'm sentencing you on count 1 to 2 months to serve, followed by 10 months on probation. Count 2 is 12 months probation. So it's a total sentence of 24 months. The first 2 months are in custody, but you get credit for the time you've already served, which is more than 2 months. And then you'll be on probation for 22 months. So count 1, 2 months to serve, followed by 10 months probation. Count 2, 12 months probation. Special condition of probation number 1, you're going to complete an anger management course. You can find it, or you can work through probation and they'll find one for you, but you'll need to complete that and provide proof of completion. Special condition number 2 is no tasers or anything like that. So if that's how you protected yourself, you need to come up with another way, but no more tasers for you. I'm not putting a contact provision in there because violent contact with Mr. Utsi would be a crime. And for me to say no violent contact would also, it'd be like me saying, don't shoot anyone. You can't shoot anyone. Can, but that's a crime. If you smack Mr. Utsi, that's a crime. And I just want you to know up front, if we are together again while you are on this probation, and the reason why we're getting together again is that you've lost your cool with Mr. Utsi and got violent with him, whether he's physically hurt or not, you're throwing a pan at him or you're waving a taser you shouldn't have at him, I will revoke a bunch of this probation because the anger management class didn't work, and we're going to need to get you a different type of help because he's someone important in your life and you're not able to manage the inevitable downs and the up and downs of relationships without getting physical. And that's just a basic requirement. So anger management, no tasers. If you've completed the anger management course and there are No other issues that probation notes. I am fine having your probation end early after 12 months of probation. So you're gonna be on probation for 22 months, but you can slash 10 of those months if you knock out the anger management and there haven't been any other issues. You've had enough arrests and things for family violence, battery, that I want you to be under supervision for a little while. I'm hoping that the anger management will work. I'm wondering if it should be a family violence intervention program, but that's not what was asked for, and I'm not going to go there. But that may be how we would modify your probation if there are any issues with you getting angry and upset and the physical with Mr. Utsi or anyone else, his sister. It doesn't really matter who that person is if you're losing control. Mr. Jordan, anything else in Mr. Horton's case?
Nothing further from the
Ms. Primovic?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Horton, do you authorize my team to electronically sign the indictment on your behalf indicating your plea to the 2 misdemeanors?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Primovic, can we sign for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about anything I said about your sentence, Mr. Horton?
So I don't have to do custody, y'all. I just gotta do probation now. Because you said
You did custody already, and I'm giving you credit for that.
Okay, that's how I was, okay. I was making sure.
So your sentence is 2 months to serve, but guess what? You already served those 2 months. And it will reflect that in the sentencing sheet. So you're going out through that door today, but should he stick around for probation? I'm gonna ask you to wait in court because someone from misdemeanor probation is gonna come down here and meet with you to get you signed up so you know where to go to do the things you need to do. All right, and if you've got questions, Ms. Primovic's gonna be here anyway with the trial that's going on. You shouldn't.
Or out there for probation work.
Should he wait out there or?
You should wait here in court. Yesterday, probation came right on in and Deputy Gordon knows who it is and he knows Mr. Horton. And so the other guy we hooked up to.
They're gonna show you
Okay.
the report, keep all the paper.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Okay.
Thank
Very good.
you.
All right. Very good.
Judge McBurney, may I be excused?
You too may be excused. Thank you so much. You're welcome to stay on. You'll get to watch the trial, but otherwise I know you've got other things to do. So thank you for joining us. We do have, and I'm sure Ms. Nelson told you because she's been juggling this real nicely. We've got another plea tomorrow at noon. So hopefully you and Ms. Tucson will be able to join us at noon for that plea. Or someone from your office.
Yes, Your Honor. Someone from the office will be there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Have a great one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Judge. Y'all have a great afternoon. Finishing up the trial for today.
Yeah, we'll finish up today, but not the trial.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
And tomorrow's plea, it says it's white hour, so it's not you. So we'll see you when we see you.
Yes.
Take care.
Thank you.
I'll get an email from Lacey Jackson.
No, it's Jacoby Hudson.
There they cut in.
I know. Well, he's not on YSL anymore, so he can do other things.
Did you have to bring your lunch out here? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, this is tea.
Oh, it's tea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as he signs it, I'm gonna go back in and call.
Okay.
And then as soon as he signs it, I'll bring a copy out to him. He waits till probation, gives it to probation.
Okay, I will tell.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, look at you, Brian.
Yep.
Chair is so uncomfortable.
Where's mine?
So, just because I've got something planned, so any possibility that
Then you're gonna get to Monday, no start.
there's no chance that I.
No.
Yes, sure.
Is it possible to have a testified tomorrow? No.
What was that?
No, it's my, it's asking if the defendant can testify tomorrow. I'm sorry, Dr. Sullivan. Yeah.
That's the meditation.
Medical exam, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, someone needs to ask me why I keep jumping.
I know, you're jumping.
I'm so jumpy, it's ridiculous.
Are you always like that or just?
No, I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on. Like, every time somebody comes in, you think I did something, huh?
She's gonna give, I'm gonna give you the same sheet, and you're gonna be that set. Okay.
Oh, back hurts.
Don't laugh. Shoes you had on her.
My back is killing me, man. Killing me.
see if they are. Hold on, hold on. Oh, your probation? Who? No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the state case.
She had something for Adam, I thought he was.
He's in here, he's right there. Okay, I'll.
She needed a hug.
No, I have to think. No, we were very not. Yes. I'm seeing. Except my boss. Thanks, she's waiting for you. I was on the front of that. You're moving like
Yeah, it's a weird look, I guess. Yeah.
These chairs are.
This is comfortable. Yeah.
That's right. Dr. Sullivan wants to come tomorrow morning. She's like, can I come tomorrow? I don't even know an autopsy. Or something, I don't know. I don't know, she's doing something, I don't know. I pretended like I didn't see her email. I'm in trial, I don't know what y'all talking about. That would not be good. You think that would fly? Do you think that would fly? I don't think that would fly. Yes. Why? Yes, sir.
Can you all get Mr. Beard, please? When do you start your trial? Which judge? Good luck.
Denied the continuance. So,
How long should it be?
2 weeks max. I think I can probably.
One defendant?
4.
And all 4 right now are going? All right. And none of them is a YSL lawyer.
No.
Huh? Lucky you.
John Hoover was. Like,
Wow, you're gonna get Hoover in court. All right.
maybe.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Let's go back on the record, please. We are back from lunch on Thursday. Do we have all our jurors back and ready to go? Ms. Ocom, anything before we bring the jurors in?
No, Judge.
All right. Ms. Feely, anything from the defense? Detective Demeester, if you wouldn't mind coming back up. We are ready for them. They didn't sound so ready, but if you can, oh, whatever. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Everyone have a good lunch. Anyone try something other than American Deli? Subway? I mean, I don't know what else there is, but if you find something, tell us, because then, like, hey, this just in theory, Mitchell Street will be reborn. But it ain't there yet. So there we are. Detective DeMeester is still on the stand. We're going to see if the state has any redirect. Ms. Ocom.
Yes.
And you're still under oath. It's a stretchy oath all the way from yesterday.
As Ms. Russell is putting it up, I want to go back to the crime scene. And I want you to circle where, from the crime scene, where the gun was found, the revolver, where Mr. Beard's vehicle was, the white Pontiac. Where.
Do you want to maybe magnify that a little bit? That's
where the vehicle was, where Mr. Belai's body was, where the defendant's body was, as in relation to his Pontiac, where the gun was found over at the power plant, and where all of the shell casings were located. If you would tell us what you're marking them as well for the record, okay?
Sure, the power plant was behind this building here. It's behind this building here. There was a wall that separated the power plant and Bell Street. I would estimate it was about a 20-foot wall. So that morning, we couldn't see over the wall, but the revolver was found in this gravel. I would describe it like a gravel lot that you can actually only access from the other street over, which I think was Jesse Hill Jr. Drive. So the revolver was found just over the other side of this wall here, and the Pontiac. White Pontiac was this vehicle here. I was led to believe, and we recovered clothing we believe belonged to Mr. Beard behind the white Bonneville. I was led to believe that Solo was found somewhere in this general vicinity down here in the street next to the parked cars. And all of the cartridge casings were located on the sidewalk and around and in between a couple of the vehicles that were parked along the side of the road.
So that we're clear. So the S is for Solo,
Yes,
and the circle, the bigger oval, is where all the shell casings were.
yes.